just my kind of misspell. You're living just to let it go. Enjoy the show. This is my world. I make the rules. I rock my way, no ship of fools. I am your captain, understand. You'll always be my number one man. When you're the captain of the sea, you live your own reality. This is no schizophrenic dream, no 21st century fantasy. Regulus, alchemical genius, call me what you like. Regulus, your record player's all you. Regulus, alchemical genius, call me what you like. Regulus, your record player's all you. Record player's all you. Record player's all you need. Players all you need. Record players all you need. Record players all you need. Record players all you need.
Okay. I hope it's not lagging. I was having some trouble with OBS a few minutes ago. It was kind of hanging a bit. I think it's better now, probably. We'll see. Okay, I definitely have to do my dailies. I have not been online all day, so we're gonna go ahead and run through that really quick.
Thanks for lighting up the lantern for me.
Oh, the wolf for the first time. Oh, we saw this, this scene. Oh, also, I need to run through 1.3 at some point. When does this end? Let me see real quick. 8 days, we're fine. We got time.
I'm neither in romance.
Rewards. No clear drops. Damn. Alright, let's collect. Run through, burn stamina, all the good stuff. So, we are going to be doing Villa's side story as well as, shit, why do I have the game open if we're doing Villa's? We're going to be doing Villa's side story, which we're going to have to look up on YouTube, and then we're going to do Windsong as well. Fresh air, streams, forests, and blue skies, and constant change. It's like those magical wish boxes found in fairy tales, dwellings that transform according to one's desires. Your wish? Me, I have this wild idea of transforming this space into a oh god. Here's machines, but really I was just joking. If I have a laboratory in Laplas, I may wish to have a small flower garden in this place. That's really true. Cool. Well, I have 2 maxed out, let's go ahead and swap some people out, yeah? I have not used Melania. So, that's cool. Let's see, who are we tossing in here? Let's do this on since she has a skin. And okay, let's do Sweetheart. Cool. Alright. Shouldn't take too long to run through things. Oh wait, hang on. I think the double thing is going right now, so I can just put all my shit there. Oh, it's not. Damn. What was I talking about earlier? I was talking about... Alright, so we're doing Villas. That needs to be done on YouTube because it's over on the thing. I have zero faith in my ability to go through that thing without it being like super scuffed, so we're gonna do that first, right? Because I don't want to end this stream on scuff. And then we'll do Windsongs, and that should be it for the night. I believe these things only take like 2 hours or so, as far as the side stories go. So hopefully I'm not gonna be sat here until like 7 in the morning. It might happen. We'll see. But yeah. Oh, I think I maxed out her trust as well, so I'm gonna need to rerun this eventually. Run through Ryashki real quick. I still haven't done the hard mode for this shit, so I'm farming like a rather inefficient thing. I need to spend, I believe, 100 for the daily, right? And the rest I can just save just in case, or for reset rather. I think this is a 4-turn run, I think. Because I know of course tier dies because this guy is an AoE, yeah. Really wish we could have killed that cannon. Oh, this is long, shit. I need to rerun this, goddamn. It's just this last guy. It's annoying. Oh, it is only 4 rounds. Not bad.
You have done well, comrade.
Alright, and then another run, and then we should be good to start. Which means not being in the game. Damn.
Turn the page. Now it's easier to understand.
Okay. I really need to rerun this thing. This is so... Shimani's not even leveled, I don't think. We'll check. There we go. Alright. Actually, you know, we're gonna start. I don't think the order matters. They should be fairly independent of each other, so we could just start with Windsong. I think. Wait, no, why did I click on that? It's fine. Let me click that. Very nice. Okay. Let's get to it, yeah? It's gonna be a long night. Silver knot. Coat on, shake off that snow, hills and valleys. She has roamed every step through the high and low. Or hills and valleys, she has roamed through every step, high and low. Enter. Oh, it's this scene where she's still positive. Alright, queries in the hall. Hey, welcome in, Ein. Yeah, it has been a while, hasn't it? Shit. How have you been? It's been, what, a month at least? How have you been? One, two, three, and four. Good, they're all here. Windsong sets aside the notes in her hand. It's still too early for anyone to have arrived at the lecture hall.
This place feels colder than the Ryashki.
So cold in here, and there's a different shade of gray to this place compared to Ryashki. Even the lines in this room seem sharp enough to slice off the tips of my fingers if I dared touch them. Oh, it's okay. This is after she goes to the foundation. Sure. Sigh. She holds her wrist with her other hand in an attempt to steady its uncontrollable trembling. This always happens when she's nervous. My crabby as fuck got COVID in a lung. Oh, Jesus Christ. You're looking good. Thank you. Thank you. I actually shaved recently for once. But no, man, that sounds awful. I'm so sorry. Damn. I mean, at least it's getting better, question mark, hopefully. Now breathe, Windsong. She draws in a long breath, feeling the crisp air in her fill her lungs. It brings back a vivid memory of Ryashki. I'm really hoping Vila and Windsong's stories don't need to be, like, read in order, right? Are you leaving already, comrade Windsong?
Yes.
I'm afraid so. Lots to do and so little time to do it. If everything goes smoothly there, I might be able to return before the kids come back from the foundation. What's up? We doing Windsong? Yo, Pebbles. We just started actually. You were right on time. Appreciate it. Yeah, getting better. It's been becoming old hat. This is my third time. Oh wow, third time. You know what? It just means you're getting more resistant to it, right? That's what that means. That's how that works, right? I see your oh yeah. The name change is probably the best thing I ever did for this channel. I'm actually getting views. That's crazy. I'm afraid so. Lots to do and so little time to do it. If everything goes smoothly there, I might be able to return before the kids... Okay, I read that. Off for a publicity tour for Ashki, eh? Make sure you tell them about all the wonderful things we have here. Yes, they must come and try out uka and potato stew as well. I don't know, I stumbled on that. Speaking of which, have you prepared anything for the road, comrade Windsong? These words are like a signal. Suddenly, a plethora of packages are thrust into her arms from all directions. Oh. Before long, her arms are filled with cheeses of all shapes and sizes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all. This is a generous amount of cheese for one trip. Yo, Mask, welcome in. I see what you're getting at. Of course, we can't have you eating nothing but cheese the whole time. More packages are shoved into her arms. Beetroot, a large ham, a portable gas stove, and a lonely wool sock. Take care, comrade Windsong. Safe journey, comrade Windsong. The steamship horn sounds, echoing across the bay to the mountains in the distance. They stand tall and gray, the silent guardians of the town and its people. In the lingering echo of the horn, the ship departs from the dock. Windsong looks back at the shore. The people of Ryashki are still there, waving to her. He manages a wave in return. Love the snow effect, yeah. The effects I really like are the ones that actually like warp the words as well. Oh, the wind becomes more biting and the snow stings her face. She waves until the town and people fade. Ryashki is so wholesome. It's like a big family. Yeah, yep, it really is. I will admit, it kind of did annoy me when everyone was like being super optimistic and like, what's the word, naive about their situation. That one did rub me a little bit the wrong way, but it all worked out, so there you go. At least they made it through. She remembers traversing lands covered in snow and lush vegetation, passing the towering mountains in the open bay. She changed from ship to train, from train to car, and despite her best efforts to keep the cheese wrappers intact, they started to fall apart. Just like her memories of Ryashki. Her heart sinks at the thought of that little thought of that little town. The entire place gone in these cheese. Oh Jesus Christ! The storm already happened. Okay. The entire place gone, and these cheeses, some of the last things left to prove it ever existed. He takes out one of the packages, takes a small bite, and carefully wraps it back up. That's depressing.
Windsong.
Still
Believe you have a home to return to.
Where's her family, man? She never really mentioned it. He runs her fingers over the wrinkled wax paper. She rubs her face and straightens up.
Forget about it.
Come on, not now. You've got a speech to give. Let's see. I'll start with a brief introduction of myself, then move on to the history of the study of ley lines, followed by... They may have some questions on environmental analysis for me. Or perhaps they'll ask about the geological conditions in Ryashki. Will you do Xeno anecdote? I will be doing the Xeno anecdote. I'm probably not going to get to it tonight because well, we're already doing two character stories tonight. It's going to take quite a while. Anecdote's probably going to come tomorrow, or not tomorrow. Actually, maybe tomorrow. I'll figure it out. Ryashki got reversed. Yes, Ryashki got reversed at the end of the main story. The very end of the main event story. They mention the storm having finally hit with the person's veins turning to wires and stuff. That's the syndrome for the second storm. They may have some questions on environmental analysis for me, or perhaps they'll ask about the geological conditions in Ryashki. Better to keep the geologic map handy. Here it is. What else will they want to know? The nature of ley energy? That could be one. She hears some indistinct chatter coming from the end of the hallway. She stares at the door. The muffled arguments quickly become clearer, and soon the two researchers in the gloss uniform step inside. Look, I don't want to be mean, but I brought this to you a long time ago. You were very... The argument comes to a sudden halt as they lay eyes on her.
Welcome, comrades.
Are you both here for the lecture? Please take a seat. Make yourselves comfortable. She gestures towards the chairs, but one of them walks straight up to her. Are you giving the lecture today? Are you the ley hunter?
Yes.
What gave it away? You can call me Windsong. A ley hunter in real life. He leans toward her as if inspecting a specimen in a glass case. Before Windsong can react, he speaks again. May I ask you a few questions? Why are you still studying ley lines? Is that the standard every place gets reversed at the end, other than Apiron? The implication is that, yes, because, I mean, Mermaid Club happened in 1966, right? They would have been stormed by the end of that. Trying to think of what else we had. Like, more Punk as well was 1966. That would have been stormed away as well. Like, any event that happened in the past got stormed. Why are you still studying ley lines? It's just, this is like the first one that we actually explicitly get confirmation of it, you know? Because she opens her notebook, but it provides her with no answer. That can't possibly be your major project, can it? So what is it then? Geology? Environmental planning? No, Her only study has been and always will be that of ley lines. Only the study of ley lines.
Yes.
She's relieved that she can finally give a positive response. The two researchers exchange a bewildered look.
But
Miss Windsong, I don't think there's much research or many studies concerning ley lines these days. Well, there aren't any if Iran is who's funding it. Are there any ongoing projects or publications?
I'm not sure, Dad.
I haven't seen any studies that included ley lines in their research. Is the study of ley lines considered a scientific discipline or more of an arcane one? Which journals or publishers do you usually send your papers to?
Why?
And what made you stick with it? Windsong responds with a bitter smile. Well, it's a long story. He hears more footsteps coming down the hallway. Like, how do we have characters like Calabano and Shinamani? Was it ever explained? It wasn't explained. The implication is either they met up with the Foundation at some point and were saved. Actually, I shouldn't be talking about this. I haven't actually read through 1.3. I'm going to be reading through that later, on stream. I actually had to skip it the first time around. But I know Shamani, at least, we don't ever get, like, a confirmation of his fate, right? So the implication is either we pull him out of this wheel like we did with Soneto, or he met up with the Foundation at some point and was recruited that way. I have no idea what's going on with Kalabana, honestly. Like, what she did or how she got to us. She hears more footsteps coming down the hallway. One after another, researchers file into the lecture hall. Windsong feels the curious eyes of some as they pass by. Most, however, take their seats quietly. Why don't you go join the others? We'll be starting any minute. The researcher nods and steps back from the podium. He finds a seat at the front, placing his notebook on the table before him. Windsong meets his eager eyes. Maybe Matilda saved him. That is true. Like, since they do have a contact at the Foundation, technically, it could have been Matilda, who saved him. I mean, I know they have, like, the whole what's the word? The whole non-interference thing going on, right? Where they're not supposed to tell people, but maybe Matilda made an exception, who knows? I mean, she is a kid, right? Would you share with us how you got into this field of study? His friend also takes a seat in the first row. The murmurs lower as more and more are seated. Windsong takes a bracing breath and rings the bell on the podium. The lights dim, all eyes are focused on her. Sorry.
Welcome, comrades.
Fellow researchers, it is an honor to be here to share some ideas in the study of ley lines with you. The crowd responds with sparse clapping. My name is Windsong. I'm a ley hunter. Our topic today is ley lines in environmental analysis, a geological survey of Rayash. She taps the keyboard and the topic emerges on the projector screen. Some of you may have heard of the study of ley lines, while for others it may be a novelty. Although not a new discovery, ley lines are unfortunately given little attention in today's academia. Its study emerged in the early 20th century and, for the next 50 years, played an auxiliary role in other disciplines: geography, biology, even applied physics. It helped many researchers in various fields, but its value in and of itself was underrated. It was a desperate time. That was until comrade Tristan Lisov came along. He's the genius that every discipline dreams of having. In no more than 10 years, he brought the study to its feet.
The 21st century belongs to the study of ley lines,
He said. Just like many other ley hunters, I was deeply encouraged by his words. Like a fire smoldering under the ashes, they got us through those hopeless times. She scans the faces lit by the projecting screen, hoping to see the reactions. 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.5, 1.6, and 7. All characters are confirmed to be with... Yeah. They are confirmed to be with the Foundation. We just don't really... For a lot of them, we don't really have an indication of how they came to join up with us. Yep. Hoping to see reactions. She notices the first researcher's face. His eyes are fixed on her as he tries to understand where the story is going. Would you share with us how you got into this field of study? Oh, actually, technically, right, 1.1, Diggers is not yet part of the Foundation. Diggers is madness right now. Before we get into more detail, I have a question for you all.
When it comes to a school of thought, who do you need more?
Those
that get the work done, or the ones that make it popular?
Don't worry, take some time to think about it, and I'll come back to it at the end. As I said earlier, I was enthralled by Liesl's enthusiasm and ambition and became a lay hunter. It was a remarkable time. Under his guidance, we all had unwavering faith in this discipline. Alright, so this is literally just gonna be her backstory, okay. So we're not getting spoiled on anything for Vila. Nice. Those who got the, yeah, of course. There's nothing to make popular if no one gets the work done, right? Yeah, Diggers is the only exception. That man, I really wish he got better characterization. He does get an anecdote, I know that much. In what, 2.2? 2.1? So hopefully that actually gives him some more, like, you know, fleshing out. Simple world is an ignorant one. You may have grown accustomed to its ignorance, so much so that you don't see it anymore, like how your brain filters the nose from your sight. Stretch your arms and legs, roll your neck, feel your blood flowing and your heart beating, and follow the passion within. At first, all you have are your primitive instincts. Your senses are overwhelmed by the vastness of the world. There's so much information to be absorbed. It's scary, but also intriguing. Ripples collide and rebound, overlap and intertwine. You can't ignore them anymore. You must find a way to communicate with them. But to where do they flow? I'm assuming this is her student days, since that was like the main picture. Vomits. Why? She opens her eyes to find herself kneeling on the marble floor. She hears people's voices and knows that she has come back to reality.
Yes.
Don't move. Stay where you are. Vomiting continues. What?
No!
What have you done? Nothing. Nothing. The experiment's ruined thanks to you. And what did I say about the electron ground state line? Why don't you just go to the admissions office and re-enroll as a novice? Perhaps if you do your studies again, you'll actually learn a thing or two. Jeez. Eh. Although muffled, his roaring continues on the other side of the door. Go, we're running this again. He stares at the door. He really does have a booming voice. I can still hear him clear as day. Breathing uncomfortably. She's still not used to the side effects of tracing ley lines. Oh, it actually has like a physical effect on you. That doesn't sound good. Don't take it to heart, comrade Katerina. Oh, that's her actual name? Oh shit, okay. Where did Windsong come from? It's not personal. He's always been the loudest one in the room. I guess it's like a code name. Ah, Professor. I think I was wrong. Melania sneaked into the Foundation. Oh, is she? I don't know much about 1.1 just because, well, the story for 1.1 wasn't the greatest. I'll be honest with you, it was not intriguing to me in the slightest. I'll have to look into Melania's profile.
You okay?
Professor Ivanov walks over and gives her a gentle pat on the shoulder. The janitor quickly arrives to clean up the mess on the floor. This is clearly not the first time this has happened. Windsong shakes her head, trying to clear her mind. Sorry, Professor. I was a bit lost in there. Don't worry. It wasn't easy for any of us on our first try. A good experience, though, wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Yes, I saw lines, each in different shapes and colors. Some were straight and rigid patterns, while others looked like a jumble of fibers. Were those the ley lines? She extends a tentative finger into the air, tracing what she just saw.
Don't run before you can walk, comrade Katerina.
Remember, there could be serious consequences if we tamper with ley lines without knowing their sources.
Sure.
Yes, Professor Ivanov. She withdraws her hand, but she can still feel the energy of the lines swirling around her. Once you know every ley line by heart, you'll be able to play them like a heptachord. Do you remember what I said in class? Yes, we can briefly transform one thing into another by changing the attributes of their ley lines. That's fucking weird. But the object's nature remains unchanged. The study of ley lines is a discipline of observation, and the ley hunter's job is to observe, not to create, intervene, or impose our will in nature. Oh, so ley lines are actually like... They're actually like,
But we might find a way out for
like
others.
intrinsic to things. Like, changing them changes the thing. That's wild. I just assumed it was like earth energy. Exactly. Never intervene, but we might find the way out for others. By revealing the hidden clues in nature, we can lead them to the right path. Lead them to the right path. He repeats his words under her breath. How many days and nights has she spent studying to become a lay hunter at this institute? All her efforts are finally paying off. I told you before, this is our last sample, the last one. She says she sneaked into Foundation 1 for most. Oh, for Melanie, yeah. Okay, okay. So technically she is with the Foundation, just not in any official capacity, right? And I guess they wouldn't just throw her out to the storm after the fact.
Help me.
Probably. I don't know. They're pretty happy to do it, kids. Could you give me a hand, sir? My fingers seem to be stuck. The lab report, the lab report, the lab report. What are those ears on the side of your head for? Decoration?
Yes.
Yes, the whiteboard. Bring it to room 302A.
Still feeling strange, huh?
Everyone in this plate is caught up with their own hectic schedules. You'll find your place in this institution once you've decided on your research topic. So leyline is not just observing. Yes, apparently, like changing the leyline also changes the thing that it's attached to, I guess. Which makes me wonder why she didn't just do that with the critters that were attacking, right? Like, it's not permanent, as she says, but I mean, you know, hold it down while everyone else beats to death or something. Who knows? Aha. He shakes his head, still smiling. He shakes his head. Take it easy. There's no time to rush. Besides, it seems your colleagues are still struggling to catch up with you, comrade Katerina. He gestures behind her. A number of junior researchers are sprawled out in the hallway, lying or leaning in recovery from what they just experienced. At one end of the hallway, two medical staff quietly wheel one of them out on a stretcher. Are there any projects you find particularly interesting? The one on the Kolaria super deep borehole? Or maybe the Sverdlovsk rescue group? Those two are quite prominent. They're making good progress, and the higher-ups are fairly supportive of them. I think they'd suit you well.
No.
Oh, why? I'm quite interested in that one. Are they still taking new members? Has it ever occurred to you that we have safety regulations to follow here? Nick's old project. Do you know what he's working on? I think I'll say later that the object doesn't change just how it looks. It'll say later. Okay, so it like actually changes intrinsic parts of it for a time, or something like that. That's my guess. Not really, but the piles of paper on his desk is impressive. It looks like the old guy's trying to build his own Tower of Babel. Don't you want to join one of the more high-profile projects? Windsong looks over at the researchers sitting on the opposite corner, each fully absorbed in their work. Excuse me. It's the most comfortable corner in the building, and the people sitting there are the true elites of the establishment. That one looks more fun. Alright. There'll be a staff restructuring in 6 months. If you end up regretting your decision, there's still a chance we could put you in a different group. Not many people can put up with old Nick, you know. Why? I wonder why, man. Group meeting, room 105, 8 p.m. Ah, well.
Who leylined my coffee into this thing?
No one wants to admit to such a basic mistake. The room falls into a deadly silence. Come on, which of you rookies just messed with the ley lines in the room?
Hmm?
So, yeah, okay, there we go. It actually transforms the thing. She tucks her hands behind her back.
I was expecting you.
Perfect timing, old Nick. Meet comrade Katerina. He's going to fill the vacancy in your group. His sharp gaze locks onto her. Windsong feels as though nothing can escape his sight. That wasn't me. I mean the coffee, I think. Windsong senses a smirk lurking behind his beard.
Follow me, rookie.
Ricky. He turns on his heels and starts marching away. Windsong hastens to follow him, but Professor Ivanov calls out to her.
Comrade Katerina?
Katarina?
Yes.
Yes, Professor. He turns back to face him. The professor stands beneath a huge portrait on the wall. It is a portrait of the founding father of their discipline, Tristan Lisol. Give me one moment. They keep mentioning his name. I want to see if it's like actually a person. Lisol. I'll go back to that. It doesn't seem like it, but I'll look at more into it later. In the portrait, Lisov casts a calm and confident gaze to the left, like he can already see the promise of the future. The 21st century belongs to the study of ley lines. The motto is placed right beneath his portrait. It's the first thing anyone sees when they enter the building.
Welcome to the new world.
Our new world. Thank you, sir. Stepping back to the moment, Windsong's eyes turn to her professor again. Our new world. Finally, I can make a difference, broaden our understanding of ley lines, lead us into a new future. She gives a solemn nod. She swiftly turns around and rushes to catch up with old Nick. Let's see here. Parasites. The time is 8:29. Ekaterina clocked in. Windsong tosses the pen aside. It dangles from the string attaching it. It dangles from the string attaching it to the sign-in board. Has it only been 3 months? Feels like twice as long. We're moving on to stage 3 today. She yawns deeply. He has no time to rest, but the drowsiness is only getting stronger. My jaw. I thought I dislocated it for a second. Ahem. He pinches the bridge of his nose in irritation.
Comrade Ekaterina.
Over here.
Yes.
Yes. Old Nicholas lines the papers on the desk and sets them aside. I've read your paper. Not too bad for a first draft. I've made a few notes that might be helpful to you. When did you leave the lab last night? A little after 2 a.m., Comrade Nicola. I made sure to clock out before I left. Then when can I see that lab report? Before the end of today. Today? I don't think so. Your schedule's packed. Is it? What am I going to do?
Pack your things.
Pack your things.
Hmm?
If and if.
Why, old Nick?
But you liked my paper. You can't just flip the switch and start hating me because I yawned a few times, or can you? Oh, reset time. Look at that. Alright, we're back. Oh, why? Why, though? Why would you do this to me? Alright. They kicked me out. Come on. Alright, I thought for a moment the game had just died or something.
Thanks for lighting up the
The event epilogue. The event hasn't ended yet. My clan is trying to tasted an authentic Viennese schnitzel. And this game is it's not made by looking at game. Oh, that's where it is. Oh shit, right, it exists. Silver knot. Get back into it again. Parasites. Gonna have to skip back to where we were though. Okay, we stopped. We got kicked out around the part where he's telling her to get out. Um.
Comrade Ekaterina.
Yes.
Over here, yes. Your paper. When did you leave our lab last night? 2 a.m. You can see the lab report. Today. Visual pack. I'm gonna do.
Pack your things.
Hmm? Why, old Nick?
What did you just call me? There we go. Sorry, sir. Why do you think there's no one in the lab at this hour? Well, did you watch the anniversary live stream? It was crazy. I haven't watched it yet. I don't really have a lot of time to put 2 hours aside to watch things until like maybe a couple days from now. I've got work and shit. I'm trying to get to it. I've heard very interesting things. I believe we're getting P1 Matilda. Yeah, of course, the Matilda. I also heard they spoiled, what's her face, Barbara, the sheep, really early, which is interesting. The researchers are all crowded in front of the notice board. The project bid results have been released. I completely forgot. You go take a look. You did well on that proposal. They'd be smart to have you on their list, and if they don't, you'd still have your spot on the Arctic expedition team. Oh, but one thing I will note, we don't know how canon, I mean, I don't think we have any indication of how canon the live streams themselves are. Because, I mean, obviously they're playing in character and stuff like that, but Regulus mentioned something very interesting during one of the streams, during the stream, and I wanted to look into that a bit. I don't know. It's going to be a thing. Apparently she's part of, yes, apparently she is, I believe, an editor for it too, right? So, that's our first two Arcanas, look at that. Have a look at mine for me, too, if you're not too busy celebrating any good news, that is.
Sure.
Sure thing. The board is layered with papers detailing old announcements. The latest one is pinned on top, listing the projects that have been granted national funding. Please, I have to get through. Sorry. You can't see past the crowd in any direction.
Are you alright?
You know, who is this? Is that you, comrade Ekaterina? One notes, one sip. It's vodka. We must have been put through a lot working with old Nick. I'm okay. Ouch, that's my foot. Sorry, comrade. The crowd pushes her around. She holds onto Yelena's sleeve to keep herself from falling. We're packed tighter than a can of sardines here. We shouldn't have come so early. Alright, let me see. Where's Ekaterina's hamster project? Gerbils, comrade Yelena. They're gerbils, not hamsters. All skins in 1.9 are from parallel universes. Oh, is that the case? That's interesting. I mean, it explains why Regulus has, like, an airship, right? I don't know how that could ever be, like, actually canon. Otherwise, yeah, I hear you. Gerbils. I don't see any gerbils here. Oh, there's your name. You're going to Tariga. It's just during the live stream, Regulus mentions the Lord of Dreams as the Lord of Wonderland, which I found very, very interesting, that specific wording, because we have had mention of Wonderland before with Baby Blue. And her thing has to do with dreams, so who knows? I don't know. I wanted to like look into that a little bit more. More people push in, squeezing them out of the crowd. Windsong notices that most of the people who are already leaving have satisfied smiles on their faces. Clearly, they are content with the outcome. You can't be serious, comrade Ekaterina. Maybe you got the destination wrong after staying up late all week. I was not. What happened? Triple on. Oh, okay, she can't find her project. All the effort you put into that bid document just to be assigned to Tariga, the place where even vultures struggle to survive.
Yes.
Yes, comrade Elena. I've read some interesting accounts about that place. It's calling out for exploration.
So you'll ride the goat across the mountains to become a shaman queen in the wilderness? Oh, my Ekaterina.
My Ekaterina. They say they're from a universe where storms don't exist. That makes sense. That's probably why Jessica is not in a straitjacket, right? There's no need for, well, without a storm there wouldn't be a Manus, or at least Manus overtly trying to do anything. Which means they don't need to make weapons like Jessica. So she just lives a normal life. So we ride a goat across the mountains in the wilderness. Yelena dramatically buries her face in her hands, unable to fathom the hardship. Don't worry about me. Were you selected too?
Yes, I'm going to Frankfurt.
Frankfurt. Definitely an upgrade from Tarika. What's happening over there? Oh, it's Alexei and the boys. Seems like they won the bid too. Alexei? I thought he was working for... Oh, Ekaterina, you really should come to the pub with us more often. You missed out on everything. He left the Colaria Super Deep Borehole project a while ago. Now he's on his own boss. Now he's his own boss, running a project with his own people. I feel like I know what they're talking about with this one. Like, I know that in Russia there's like this really deep hole they've been digging. Or at least were digging until they just couldn't go any further. What's it called? Something like a ley line perspective on quantum field theory and its application in energy conversion and transmission. Ugh, that's quite a mouthful. Is this where we learn about the theory of like the infinite energy source they were talking about? Quantum field theory, but we don't have an optical lab here. Where are they going to do the experiments? You know, I'm sure Alexei will find a way. You know, with help from his family. Who knows? His old man wouldn't bat an eye at the bill required to build a new lab. We wait and see. With his articles getting published one after another, there's no doubt that he'll be made director of some department soon. And there's no other discipline that gets as much love from the journal editors as ours does. And so why does it fail? People put a lot of faith in ley lines, you see. What was the turning point, man? They seem very well received here. But Yelena is maintained by... Oh. I don't know if it's the same Yelena. It might be. It might be. I mean, they do share the name, and... I mean, the rule is to not have characters share names, right, in stories. Unless it's significant. But people like Old Nick can't stand when academics cut corners, so you never would have heard any of this from him. I see your point, comrade Yelena. I know what you're trying to say, that passion from the populace can sometimes be a threat to scientific rigor. But it also gives us an edge, don't you think? You remember that village we visited? The chief must be a Varangian, numbered guy. But even he granted us permission to explore near their village when we said we were ley hunters. Yes, but that was because he wanted us to see if there were gold mines or oil beneath their village. Okay, no, really, what happened? How did ley line studies just, like, die after all this? That's crazy. Yes, my dear Katerina, we'd probably still be enjoying the saunas in their banya if you hadn't broken the truth to him so quickly. Oh no. But let's not argue over the past. In the end, we successfully completed the task and gathered enough materials for the report, didn't we? It's true, the chief didn't get the news he wanted, but at least we secured our spots in the Institute, and it was all thanks to that report. He recalls the chief's furious expression and piercing gaze. He had looked at them as if they were a pair of frauds. The memory sends shivers down her spine. Well, what are you going to do in Frankfurt, then? There's a new project on hydrothermal mineral deposits, and I've had enough of the cold up here in the north. It's time to go somewhere warmer for a change. Sounds good. I heard they have some nice hot springs there. Maybe you can give them a try. Elena gives a joyful smile.
I could bring you something back.
You always give the best advice, Ekaterina. I'll be sure to keep an eye out for any gifts. Maybe I can bring you something back. Sausages or some apple wine would be perfect. How about you? Would you like a bear cub from the north? You can spare me that one. Take care. We won't be seeing each other much for a while. They lightly touch cheeks, and Windsong watches Yelena stride away. She realizes the hallway has become quiet again. Having checked her results, the crowd has long gone. Their results. But Windsong has one more thing to check. She doesn't see Old Nick's name on the first page, so she flips to the next, and then the next, until she finally finds his project on the last sheet. and she notices the yellowing paper beneath. Sustainable agriculture in developing countries, a ley line analysis. A ley line perspective on efficiency in heavy industry and optimization. Prospect and development, theory and applications. This is the work of every lay hunter in this institution. She runs her fingers along the pages, finally coming to a stop on the oldest one.
Here lies the history of ley lines.
She mutters to herself. So many people have tried so many things, and all at the same time, simultaneously exploring the possibilities of applying ley lines to all kinds of disciplines.
Why?
But why? Most of these attempts seem to have only scratched the surface. She goes through them all again. Many of them were given up when the researchers encountered the first few obstacles. It's like they never intended to dig deeper into the subject. Oh, it's interesting. So it's like they're just trying to find like the immediate utility, as opposed to like understanding the actual mechanics behind it. 2, maybe 3. There are no more than 3 topics within the same area of research. Maybe they'll come back to them when they have more data. It's still a young subject after all. And I mean, she was talking about how Nick doesn't like shortcuts, so they're basically taking shortcuts, right? But so much talent and brain power has been diverted to all these different areas. If we just worked together more, we'd probably have a wealth of knowledge by now. No wonder old Nick doesn't like it here. Okay. Tortoise and the... Let's keep this one up here. Tortoise and the hare. Oh look, it's Eric's bedroom. And Semmelweis's. The cold weather in Tariga clears all other thoughts from Windsong's mind, and the happenings of the research institute seem distant amid the snowy mountains. It's already the end of her second month here. Today marks the 32nd day of our exploration. A new mine has been found at the pass of the mountain known by the locals as Bear Mountain. I can't stop shivering. No heating, no hot water. Tariga is cool. I better ask the gatekeeper to bring me more firewood. She pulls the blanket tighter around her shoulders. Aside from that, she dips her pen in the ink bottle. We also found a group of critters which the locals refer to as shamama during our mining. After thoroughly examining their feathers and excrement and observing their habits and behaviors over a period of time, I believe the shamama are a variant of the long extinct creatures, the domovoi. I know what domovoi are. They're like little house goblins that like fix your shit. With much effort, we have successfully relocated them to a new reservation.
Thank you, Sophia.
I wouldn't have been able to identify the shamamas without your help. He's writing to Sophia, a researcher who previously shared information about critters local to Tariga with her. Their correspondence is piled high on the table. Not our Sophia, is it? There's no way it's spelled different. Boy, that was quite a stack. How many letters have we written? He pulls the letters closer to her and counts them one by one. Oh, there aren't a huge number, it's just that each of them is quite chunky. I totally get it, Sophia. Living in a place with a mailman only comes once a fortnight and cramming as much info into each letter as possible. Is it our Sophia? We've never quite managed to squeeze our theories into just one page, have we? Of course not, because the timing wouldn't make sense. Today's letter, however, is concise. I've received news that my paper has been successfully published. Can't wait to catch up with you in Yakutsk. Upon writing the last word, she sets the letter aside to let the ink dry. Yakutsk. Some say it's even colder than here. Ugh, but Sophia and those Oviniks are there. Definitely worth a visit. Ovinik, is that the name? Straightening up in her chair, she picks up one of the letters to check. Huh. Funny that I've never noticed this. Dear comrade Katerina, comma, regarding the critters you found. Dear comrade, comma, in response to the previous questions on ley lines. Not exactly the so glad to hear from you, take care and stay warm. Yours faithfully type, are you, Sophia? Always straight to the point. If you wore a pair of thick glasses, you'd be a real Professor Stoneface. Amused by the thought, she folds the letter and puts it in a new envelope. Leave it at the door, please, and could I also get more firewood? I have a letter from you, comrade Katerina. A letter, today. From me? From whom? The Ley Line Institute.
Sure.
I see. Thank you. A complaint letter about
Complaint letter?
what? From Frankfurt.
Me?
What? Elena. The old notice board, the smell of ink, and the conversation about sausage and apple wine suddenly comes back to her. Could this have anything to do with her? The letter gives no direct answer. Do you have anything to mail? If not, I'll leave you to your business. Wait a moment, comrade. Is there a bus leaving for this address today? It's urgent. Opening it looks like a cat combined with a monkey, or a cat that stands on two legs. That's... okay. Looks like some weird... monkey and cat, that's an interesting combination. I don't think I've ever heard of anything else that resembles that. Elena and Alexei stand in the office, muttering to each other with grave expressions on their faces.
What on earth is going on, Comrade Yelena?
Elena. They immediately turn towards the sound. Oh, it's you, Ekaterina. Don't worry, I have everything under control. It won't cause you any trouble.
Why?
Why was I on your bid document? We aren't even in the same group. I was trying to secure more funding, so I listed you as co-author of the report. I should have talked to you first, but none of us would be in trouble if you hadn't filed a complaint to get back at me. Oh no. Oh man, fucking Nick, man. Oh no. Some hotel owner in Frankfurt. He asked us to check if there were any gold mines beneath his hot spring. Oh. And did you promise him anything? Oh, Katerina, I didn't really promise him anything. Oh, she's lying. He's absolutely lying. He stares at Elena in both disappointment and anger. Don't give me that look, please, Ekaterina. I said I'd handle it carefully and make sure your reputation remains intact. Look, I made a mistake. I'll make it up to you. Take a look at this. It's different this time. There's really something worth studying. Oh, okay. Comrade Tristan Leifsov's just pointed us in a new direction. The ocean has limitless possibilities lying within it. Professor Vladimir Ivanov's also on board, and he hopes you can join us too. But what's there to investigate? Oil and gas? Mapping continental shelves? They hardly make a strong research topic, and you certainly don't need so many lay hunters to research them. We don't want to meet Comrade Lisov in person. Alexei. You don't get to meet the experts from the Academy of Sciences every day. Make a good impression and it might help you with your future funding. You never know. He's right, Ekaterina. Let's go together, shall we? I owe you one after all this. The ocean, I don't... It's all about seizing the right opportunity, and trust me, Ekaterina, this is it. No, Elena, listen. Elena continues to speak, but Windsong only finds her voice increasingly unbearable. Elena! He throws the letter to Elena's feet. Could you just take one moment and think this through? Is this really the right thing to do? Elena exchanges a helpless look with Alexei. What do you want to do then? Windsong opens her mouth. All of a sudden, she hesitates.
I just want to focus on my project.
No novel ideas and directions, no fawning over well-connected people. He looks straight into their eyes. They are wide with surprise. Good luck finding someone who shares your vision. Do you really mean that, comrade Katerina? Old Nick doesn't know any better. The silence among them becomes stifling. You can't stay in your little bubble forever. There's a lot happening out there, and you can't escape from it by wandering in the wilderness. Do you have any idea how hard it is to publish a paper these days? You've got to earn Professor Ivanov's trust to win him over. Then he'll bring up your name to Dean Lysov, or maybe even introduce you to him in person. Getting there requires talent, wealth, and social skills. Otherwise, who knows how long your paper will sit at the bottom of their drawer. Well, maybe not that long. Someone else will probably beat you to publishing your idea. Old Nick never warned me about any of this.
That's why Old Nick is always Old Nick. Not Professor Nikola or Director
It's
Nikola.
all bureaucracy. We love bureaucracy. He's never been credited as the first author of a paper. No, this is a sheer violation of academic integrity. And she is very by the books. Academic integrity? What's the point of value in integrity if the subject barely exists anymore? We found no new theories, theorems, or laws. We've just been verifying the existing ones, telling the world what it already knows. No one knows this subject better than we do, and we all know there's nothing sophisticated about it. So, it seems like ley-line studies just kind of collapsed because no one was actually really looking into the theory. They were just looking into applications of it. It was kind of their fault.
You must
Their own
understand
fault.
that better than any of us.
At best, it's just a tool serving other subjects. Right there, yeah. You must understand that better than any of us. With just a slight turn of her head, Windsong can see the notice board beside them. He remembers those projects, the history written on the fragile, yellowed papers.
No.
I made up my mind. I don't want to be a part of this. Please don't add my name to any more of your lists, Comrade Yelena.
Wait.
Ekaterina, you can't just leave. What is it?
What if...
If you insist on not participating, you have to tell the professor yourself.
Fine.
I'll talk to him. I mean, yeah, there's no obligation to do so, right? It's all on them. Knock, knock. I mean... Sir, is it a good time?
I was expecting you.
Katerina, your paper on Tariga was truly impressive. A valuable case study indeed. Putting the journal aside, Professor Ivanov greets her with a warm smile. Comrade Tristan Lysov has also read your paper. He told me he's looking forward to seeing more of your work on the upcoming project. That is why you're here, is it not? He gestures to the chair across the table and pours some tea into the cup in front of it. Yes, sir. I appreciate your and Comrade Lysov's recognition of my work, but I won't be joining you in this new project.
Why?
Why? It's a good opportunity. He pauses, still holding the teapot in his hands. I understand that, but I've decided on my next topic. He hands him a crumpled envelope. The professor pulls out a thick stack of papers from it.
What is this?
What is this? He takes the glasses from his pocket, puts them on, and peers at the letter. His eyebrows knit together as he reads, his eyes scanning from left to right. After a moment, he puts the letter down. Ovinik. The cat monkeys. Yes, sir. He takes on a somber countenance. Comrade Ekaterina, I trust you to be a person of reason. There's simply no other project more promising than the Ocean Project. It's led by the founding father of our subject. Anyone who writes a paper under him will undoubtedly take a significant step up the academic ladder. Yes, I have no doubt about that.
Why?
And why would you give up such a valuable opportunity and choose to work in the north with some nobody instead? Valuable. Yakutsk has its value too, sir. Yes, an interdisciplinary study on critter ecology. That would be interesting, but that could be interesting, but
What will that project give you?
will that project give you? You're on the upswing of your career thanks to your paper on Tariga. It's the perfect time to build connections in academia. What you have here doesn't look optimistic to me. You're a smart girl, Ekaterina. Act like one. Connections. Is this what this project is for? Do you genuinely believe it's good for my career, or are you just trying to keep everyone in line? For a moment, the professor seems puzzled.
Comrade Ekaterina?
If you really want to advance in this field, you'll find yourself at a disadvantage if you haven't participated in any projects primarily focused on ley lines. You know as well as I do, there hasn't been a ley line project as significant as this one since 1982. If this project succeeds, the credibility of the study of ley lines will skyrocket, as will the recognition of the researchers who have contributed to it. With all due respect, sir, all I see is a group of people who share the same passion for meeting Comrade Lisov. Credibility doesn't seem to interest them all that much. I don't see any diligence here, just a thirst for fame.
Your valuations are all wrong, Professor.
Oh boy. We're getting blacklisted, aren't we? We are absolutely getting blacklisted. God damn. The professor simply shrugs at her sharp comments. To tell the truth, I felt the same way when I was a young researcher myself. Comrade Ekaterina. I still remember my first meeting with Comrade Lisov. My mentor gave me a fancy foreign magazine to bring along as a gift. I was terrified. It wasn't easy to get one of those back then, and I could tell it was expensive. But Comrade Lisov was very kind to me. We talked like old friends. He appreciated the magazine and introduced me to many other researchers in the following year. It's a much faster way to find your footing in this circle than publishing papers year after year. You have to understand that if he agrees to endorse your research and introduce you to his connections, you'll effectively have his reputation added to yours. People will hold you in higher regard because of it. You'll be able to research whatever topic you like, and people will come to you for collaboration instead of you groveling to them for a job. Don't overthink it. I feel like that's the justification generally people give, right? Like, oh, I can just keep going until it's good for my true goal, but then they just keep trying to climb. They lose sight of the forest for the trees, right? That's the phrase. It's simply a social obligation, no different from greeting your neighbors when you move to a new community. Don't let emotions blind you, Comrade Ekaterina. Trust me now, and you'll see its rationale in the years to come. It's wisest to leave this project of yours be. He folds up the letter, puts it back into the envelope, and goes to toss it in the paper bin.
No.
He snatches the envelope from his hand. Sorry, sir. It's not just an invitation letter. My experiment data's in there too. Will you join us then? The look on her face answers his question. You still don't understand. The sea breeze may be refreshing, Professor Ivanov, but only the northern mountain wind can cool this hot head. He sighs, looking down at his empty hands. He places them on the desk in resignation.
All right.
You have ambition. That's good. If I had a goal as clear as yours in my 20s, I wouldn't have listened to a word anyone said either. Now I'm much too old to pursue any ambitions.
Off you go, Ekaterina.
You're still young.
And free.
He gestures towards the door. Thank you, Professor. Too disappointed to say anything else, he just nods in response. That went better than I thought it would be. I was so sure we were about to just get like blacklisted from the academy. I mean, it didn't turn out great, but it was amicable at least. The researcher in snow. So I'm guessing. Okay, so I'm guessing this big ocean expedition of theirs fails or something, and that's kind of what just dumpsters ley line studies for a while. Snowfield Yakutsk. It's an ordinary morning in Lesnaya Forest, located in the coldest part of Yakutsk. A branch from a nearby tree breaks under the weight of the snow, sending a cascade of glistening flakes to the ground. A snowy owl turns its head, its large round eyes fixed on the figures in the snow.
Sophia?
Sophia.
Shh.
She doesn't get an avatar. Come on.
You found them.
I don't know. Not even like one of those generic ones without the eyes. The number of Omnics in the area has reached the minimum viable population size you calculated. At least he understands, even if he, yeah, exactly. Like, at least he is being a good professor, even if he's not, like, the best researcher for his thing, for his, field, right? The number of Omnics in this area is, okay. That was just a rough calculation. We didn't have enough data about them, so I used the data of a similar species. We'll need more information to run a more accurate calculation. It's already October. It's minus 30 degrees right now. Sophia blinks, her eyelashes coated with white frost. Even if you can make a fire through arcane skills to keep us warm, all the roads are still blocked. As she speaks, her eyes are fixed on the open, explaining the snow. So she's a human, then. I think they'll survive until May. How long have we been here? 3 months.
Thanks to your help, the project is progressing much faster than expected.
And in that time, we've located their nests, investigated the surroundings, and had a model established. Thanks to your help, Yoda. I don't like how it reads the last line of the thing. At least just be the first word or something. Startled by the sound, numerous birds take flight and the Ovenics scramble back to their cave. Who's sawing wood in this weather? A local sawmill, of course. Oh. Having suddenly thought of a new idea, Windsong starts scribbling on her map. The forest falls into silence again. But the silence comes too suddenly. They are immediately alert. Not far from them, behind a pile of snow-covered branches, the head of a white wolf emerges openly.
Sophia?
Look. Vila. The dog. The white wolf leaps over the woodpile. It is clearly starving. Each rib is visible beneath its fur. Growl. It sniffs at the cave's opening, its tail gently brushing the ground. It's looking for food. It won't fit through the burrow's entrance. They watch the white wolf in the distance, neither one daring to move. The wolf continues to pace around the cave. It has caught the scent of the Ovenics within. At its command, more wolves emerge through the snow. They gather before the cave, and the white wolf starts digging. The other wolves patrol the area, apparently looking for any other entrances to the burrow. Don't. She pushes Windsong back down. The white wolf has already made a hole in the size of its upper body.
No.
No. Once again, she places her hand on Windsong's shoulder. She already went from Ekaterine to Wing. Did she? I don't know if Sophia ever mentions her by name. I mean, I'm pretty sure she's always been Windsong in her, like, character name. I don't know if it actually, like, she's actually referred to as Windsong from another person, you know? A sudden commotion interrupts their hushed argument. An Ovenic rushes out from the burrow and springs onto the white wolf. Oh boy. Oh boy, here it goes. The white wolf howls in rage. It dives to avoid the hit and bites the Ovenic on the shoulder. The two roll over in the snow. More wolves circle around, pushing and nipping at the Ovenic. Soon enough, it is dripping with blood. We can't just stay back and watch this happen. Before Sophia can react, Windsong jumps up and charges to Jesus Christ, lady, come on. I cannot read that. I have no idea what that says. You're not helping, you know. Sophia has also rushed over, and she's an ecologist. She knows this is gonna happen. She walks straight past Windsong, kneels before the wounded Ovenic, and checks on its injuries. I didn't harm any of the wolves. The worried look on Sophia's face makes her a little uneasy. We should head back. We really shouldn't leave any human scent here. You cool?
Hmm?
Yeah. They follow the gentle cooing to the burrow. A fluffy head pops out from the hole dug by the white wolf. Is that a cub? Cool. Enraptured, Windsong turns to Sophia only to find tears in her eyes. Stop here. He catches Windsong's coat, stopping her from moving any further.
No.
We can't go any closer. We mustn't cross the line. Frightened by her gaze, a cub quickly dives back into the burrow and vanishes from her sight. Shall we go?
Mm-hmm.
She nods, casting one last glance to the burrow. Let's go home. Hey, look, it's been like. The cabin is warm and quiet. Only the crackling of fire and the sounds of Windsong scribbling fill the air. There is also the occasional sound of Sophia flipping through papers.
Sophia?
Do we have any bear grease left? My fingers are horribly itchy. Still caught up in the excitement of learning about the cub, she draws a tiny opening on the map next to where they found it. Sophia puts down the papers and fetches her a jar of white salve. Don't your canis have some kind of magic ointment? You know, ones that heal frostbite and such within seconds.
Hmm?
Probably, but I don't know much about them, to be honest. Sometimes human medicines are more effective. Can't ley lines make frostbite disappear? No. They can't change a fact. What does that mean? Then you really shouldn't have taken your gloves off out there. He takes some grease from the jar and starts slathering it on the back of Windsong's frostbitten hands. Still trying to master the art of sketching with my gloves on. And let's face it, if we hadn't written down all the information on the spot, we'd still be clueless about their migration patterns. He pushes a sketch over to Sophia. Here. This is the latest illustration depicting the ley energy of this group of overnicks. He takes out another piece of paper. And this is the graph we drew 3 months ago. As you can see, the population significantly increased, and some of them have started breeding. We've made pretty significant progress in maintaining the sanctuary, but there's still a lot to be done. She points at the map but quickly pulls back her finger, realizing there is still grease on it. The spot over there. Yes, that's the lumberyard. It used to be part of the conservation area, but apparently not anymore. How long has the sawmill been there? Sophia puts the newspaper down on the table. This newspaper's from last week. Where's the latest one?
Comrade Yekaterina.
It can't be serious, comrade Yekaterina. The ranger only goes to town once a week for supplies. All the newspapers we have are a week old. We've been here for months. Did you seriously not notice all this time? She looks at Windsong with a hint of confusion. You do seem to care very little about the outside world. You barely mentioned it since we entered the forest. I was totally caught up with those overnicks, so...
They seem to be all you ever want to focus on.
Throughout this conversation, Windsong has been absent-mindedly drawing on the paper. It's already October, Sophia. How much longer do you plan to stay here? My work here isn't done yet. With the rate of human expansion in the area, it won't be long before they encroach on overnick territory. If I leave now, I'm worried the overnicks here will be left vulnerable. I'm planning to set up a new conservation area in the spring, in a place where they and humans won't get in each other's way. Then I'll have to make sure they settle in well, so that'll be about a year from now.
What about you, Yekaterina?
Windsong rests her chin in her palm, falling silent.
Hmm?
I'll have to go back to the Institute once my paper's done. If it gets published, people will learn about the critters here, and maybe some will come lend a hand. Just like they did in Tariga. That would be just the help I need. He walks to the window and looks at the snow outside. The ranger told us we have to leave in 2 days. They're closing up the area for the winter. 3 months. I doubt much has changed back home. Oh boy. Following Sophia's gaze, Windsong peers out the window and scans the distant mountains. I wonder if it's already started snowing at the Institute. Ooh. Six. After the bubble bursts, okay. Everything's gonna go to shit. Watch out. Make way, please. What? Windsong stands frozen in the entryway. He cannot fathom what she's seeing. With solemn looks on their faces, the police officers before her are carrying equipment out of the building and loading them, one after another, onto their truck. What's going on? Comrade Yelena? Comrade Alexei, what's happening here?
Why?
Why are the police confiscating our equipment, and why does everyone look so sullen? You're back, Ekaterina. How are your little critters? Looking weary, Yelena forces a smile. Couldn't be better. The paper's finished, and I've sent it off to the editors. Where is everyone? Yelena and Alexei share a glance. Exchange a glance. Haven't you heard? Clearly
The
not.
study of ley lines is no more.
For 3 months. It took 3 months for the entire thing to collapse. That's wild. Alexei silently hands her a journal. National Nature Studies. There we go. Windsong submitted a paper to them not long ago.
Hmm?
What am I looking for exactly? What happened to this page? As she flips through the journal, she finds 2 pages stuck together by red paint. All she can make out are the features of a familiar face on the unglued edge of the page. Tristan Lisov.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, give me a minute. There should be a copy or 2 that they missed. Corruption, bullying, fraud. He's guilty of all of them. Yelena shrugs helplessly. Windsong takes the other copy from Alexei. In an abuse of his authority, Lisov manipulated open bidding, misappropriated funds from research projects, and gained millions of rubles in prison. You know what? I feel like this was mentioned in the main story. Now that they actually get into it, I feel like this whole scandal thing was mentioned by Windsong in the main story when she was explaining why no one believed in ley lines. Yeah. Her reputation was built on intimidation and coercion rather than academic merit. Through manipulating experiments and tampering with the results, he secured various awards for himself. But why would this affect the entire institute? Because they hinged everything on that man. Jesus. Literally the entire institute is on that guy's shoulders. When this story came out, every project related to ley lines was put on hold and subjected to investigation. The institution is currently in a state of suspension. Yeah, and because no one else in the institution is actually studying shit, they're all going to be found guilty. Have you heard from the editors? No publisher will accept any journal articles on ley lines now. All the editors and reviewers who ever published a paper on ley lines are also under investigation. We'll probably hear more about them in the coming days. Criticisms are all over the news. People are arguing against and even condemning the study of ley lines. What about the ocean project? The Bureau of Geology is taking it over. What about Professor Ivanov and his research? He's also been taken away for investigation. There was a joint complaint against him from some researchers here. I'm sure his investors weren't too happy about it. Elena and I are leaving too. There's no point in wasting more time here. Hey Katerina, I suggest you do the same thing and find something better to do. You see those old bogies over there? He points to the corner of the room. A few researchers are in quiet discussion, each with a serious look on their face. They're staying. I guess they just can't accept the reality of the situation. You don't want to end up like them, do you? The phone rings. One of the researchers in the corner rushes over and picks it up, but disappointment quickly falls upon his face. Ekaterina! Is Ekaterina back? Windsong strides over to him, a mix of excitement and confusion swelling in her chest. She hears a gentle voice coming from the other end of the call. Hello, is this comrade Ekaterina?
Yes.
Who's this? Comrade Ekaterina, this is a call from the National Nature Studies. Thank you for submitting your work to us. But we regret to inform you that your paper didn't meet our requirements for publication. Windsong looks at Yelena and Alexei, who seem to already know what the call is about. They both shrug. Why is that? I wasn't aware there were any new requirements. Firstly, we were unable to verify the accuracy of the data. Secondly, we are currently discussing whether we will continue to publish essays related to the study of ley lines. In the meantime, you may approach other publishers for consideration. You'll hear more from us once the decision is finalized. We wish you all the best. Goodbye. Before she can answer, the lady hangs up. Beep, beep. Windsong slowly drops the receiver away from her ear, but she doesn't put it down. She is too lost in thought. Unable to verify the data, considering other publishers. Academic circles no longer acknowledge the study of ley lines, and ley hunters are no longer considered to be scientists, only arcanists. They said that it's extremely shallow, even as an arcane subject. They said it amounts to nothing more than some colorful lines and fails to offer a substantial interpretation of any phenomenon. But who would claim their subject to be the only answer to all the mysteries of the world? The lay hunter walks back to his corner. Elena comes over and gives Windsong a gentle pat on her shoulder. She takes the receiver out of her hand and gently returns it to the phone. Windsong just stands there, a blank expression on her face.
Why?
How did we end up like this? But this is Elena, huh? We've seen this picture before. Many things had to be fixed at a time, and even more needed to be closed. I had to stay at this institute for a while. Some colleagues were held by the authorities for academic misconduct and subjected to punishment and re-education. Some left because there were no longer funds to support their day-to-day lives. That included Yelena and Alexei. Yelena found a new job as a typist, while Alexei returned to his hometown and worked in his father's factory. They both expressed regret at having ever studied ley lines. Outside the institute, ley hunters are seen as cult members, or even worse, frauds. They really can't wait, can they? Load us into a cannon and blast us into obscurity. Without any prior notice, on an otherwise ordinary Monday, the property lease of the institute expired. It wasn't until Windsong passed the blockade and walked through the door of the institute that she saw the eviction notice. The start of the end for Windsong. Yeah, basically, this is it. This is where everything goes to hell. Looks like the director's wallet is finally as empty as mine. In the past few weeks, she has lived a life much like everyone else at the institute, waiting for letters, writing replies, anticipating calls, and submitting evidence to validate her research. But today is a little different. I want to know what's going on with these numbers here. What? Please, hold on a second. Yes, is there anything else you need? We're planning to move. Please write me back at the new address. I'll make sure to include it in the letter. I will. Have a good day. Beep, beep, beep. Windsong puts the phone down. For a moment, she wonders if she had even just conversed with a real person. The words spoken were calm and polite, but also cruel and cold. Is there anything else you need to pack, Ekaterina? Not really, Director. Give me a break. You know I didn't become the director by choice. I'd rather sit behind bars than deal with administrative work. But you do deserve the title, sir. It's more than a burden than anything. More of a burden than anything. Even though, you old fool. Maybe I should just hand in my resignation and let you take the reins. You'll be the youngest ever director of the Leyline Institute. Promising young woman. Oh no. Let's not get too crazy. She waves her hands in protest. A few people come down the stairs and pass by them. They all wear a gloomy expression. Come, hop on my bike. I'll give you a lift to the new office. It's quite a walk from here. They walk to the exit together. The notice board catches Windsong's eye as they pass it. Give me a second. She approaches the notice board and reaches out a hand. Have you heard her morning line? She was going to starve to death if not of a lot of jars she found on the road. Oh wow, she was really going through with them, huh? Pot still red. Yeah, no, okay, so she was really just done at that point. And she stuck to it. That's wild. I would have gone home and been done with it. You want to take it? You want to take it with you?
Yes.
We haven't got the new bulletins here for a very long time.
Look at these. They seem a lot more sensational than I remember. It's almost comical. Windsong gently runs her fingers across the board. The paint is starting to peel, exposing the moldy black wood beneath it. I never noticed how worn this thing was. Isn't it funny how things seem to decay faster when they're left unnoticed? I read about it in a book of Chinese philosophy. This little trick that time plays on us. Windsong grabs both edges of the bulletin board and looks at old Nikolai.
No.
Nicola, don't look at me. My back is even more fragile than my ego. Are you really just going to leave it here? Look, your old project's still on it. She points at the old announcements. Everything still feels so vivid in their minds, as if it just happened yesterday. But to old Nicola, they are now a painful memory. It may have been a project to you or me, but to Lisov it was just another way to line his pockets. Nevertheless, he bends down and lifts the other end of it. It isn't easy to carry a big wooden board down the icy street, but slipping and sliding, they finally make it to the office. New Leylines Institute. Yeah. I don't think we've gotten this before, have we? This asset? Oh no, this is where they interview, what's his face, Bertolt interviews them. This place doesn't look very new to me. She looks around the office as she drags the board inside. The board won't even fit in here. We'll have to move the table to the side to close the door. Plop. Where's that water dripping from? The shabby office is filled with aging furniture and there is mold growing along the wall. Clearly, water is dripping from somewhere. This is the best place we can afford now. It'll feel like home soon enough, Ekaterina. Windsong leans her head back, trying to figure out where the leak is coming from. Will this leak be included in our water bill? I don't think so. And that's good enough for me. She rolls her neck, sits down at the desk, and looks for the telephone. Just 3 steps from my seat. Good. Telephone sitting on the filing cabinet is covered in a thick layer of dust. Windsong doubts if it still works. Well, can't ask for too much right now. She wipes the dust off the desktop and turns on the incandescent lamp sitting on it. Director, could we have a word with you, please? With a gentle knock on the door, 2 researchers pop their heads in. Old Nicola leaves the room but returns quickly,
They left.
like everyone else. Yeah, I could hear you from here. The farewells are much calmer than she had anticipated. She opens her notebook, squinting from the bright lamp light reflected off the pages. That corner over there is one wet day away from being a mold farm. It won't be long before mushrooms start growing in our lungs. You'll be a little more professional, comrade Katerina. The fungi will only give you pneumonia, not lung mushrooms. Only pneumonia. Windsong lets out a long sigh. You think there's still hope for us, Comrade Nicola? His pen stops at this question. Comrade Nicola? Are you still working on that Yakutsk paper?
Yes.
It's been going back and forth between me and the editors for a while now. First they questioned my data, so I submitted my original report. Then they questioned my methods, so I sent them all I have. The raw data, the experiment notes, everything, and they still have doubts about it. I had to request a peer review, but everyone who used to study ley lines is gone. In the end, they just told me they would no longer consider any submission from the study of ley lines. She leans back in the creaking chair, rubbing her eyes with the back of her hands. I just need one chance, one publisher to have faith in me. That'll dispel all the fear and suspicion, but none of them are willing to give me a shot. All this effort. Will I ever see one of my papers get published again? Will people come back to study ley lines? You already know the answer, Ekaterina. You just don't want to admit it. How could I possibly admit such a thing? Don't you refuse to give up too, old Nick. After all, we're the only two left. Oh, he's done too, isn't he?
What did you just call me?
Director. Oh, come on. They both try to keep a cheerful atmosphere, but like the mold, their gloom seems to have permeated every corner of the room. I don't know, Ekaterina. Maybe they'll accept your paper next time, or the time after that. Perhaps you'll find yourself the only one left in this room. Then Song pulls her hands away from her eyes, her vision blurry. When she sees the room clearly again, old Nick is nowhere to be found. Oh. Time skip. An icy wind slithers into the room. Through the gap beneath the door, she sees a shadow standing on the other side. Or did he just go for smoke? Okay. I've told you hundreds of times that you need a new lighter, old Nick. She sets down her pen and relaxes her shoulders.
This drafty old
Oh,
dog.
he is dead? Okay.
It's always so cold in here.
He never came back to the office, nor did he call. So I never had the chance to tell him. Oh, okay, yeah, he just ditched. That I received 2 letters addressed to him. Both, unsurprisingly, were rejection letters. I'm not sure I would have had the courage to tell him if he ever had shown up, because if I had, he might never have come back again. Regardless, he never came back in the first place. Yeah, okay, so even he was done. I figured that'd be the case. There's no reason to care to have a institute if you're the only person, right? Save a little bit on the bills. The Night Keeper. I'd lost count of the number of rejection letters I'd received. I had long since run out of money and had been sleeping in the office for some time. Oh, she doesn't even have a place to live, damn. That was my last day at the Institute. It's hard to say what the final straw was. Maybe it was my last coin dropping down through the sewer grate, or the ink freezing because I added too much water to it. Or maybe because there wasn't a publisher left that I hadn't tried to contact. Regardless, there came a time when I decided that if I got one more rejection letter, I'd leave that place for good. I waited and waited. You know, silence is its own message. Windsong leans her elbows on the table. The room still smells of mold and damp. She gets to her feet. There's really nothing better to do anyway. She paces around the room, and as she passes the notice board, a wave of worry washes over her. What is she gonna do with it? Is Ekaterina here? I have a letter for her. The mailman's voice rings from outside the door. Windsong's heart sinks. He doesn't move, reluctant to see the contents of the letter. It is slid through the gap under the door. She picks it up and opens it, just as she has done hundreds of times before. Thank you for submitting. We regret to inform you. Best regards. No need to read the rest. I'm not getting a reply is even worse than rejection. Yeah, because you're always waiting, right? Like, maybe they'll respond. Who knows? But they never do. She examines the ink. It's clear it comes from a high-quality printing machine. She already has a huge pile of letters of the same quality. This place is nothing but a ghost town, the shadow of a great era. A sudden rage boils up in her chest. She smashes the letter onto the board. So this is it. She strides back to her table and whips out the rest of the letters. This is where it dies. Bam, she slams another. The 21st century belongs to the study of ley lines. Come out and say it to my face, you traitor. Bam. All that boasting about ley lines and quantum physics, hot springs, and the Great Ocean Project. The rejection letters now cover the entire board, completely hiding the bulletins announcing those once glorious projects. You should be the one to swallow this bitter pill. These rejection letters should have been yours, not mine. I mean, yeah. But it is her name that is written on every letter. Exhausted, she collapses to the floor.
Not mine.
Tears well in her eyes and fall on the paper in her hand. All us researchers, all the people dedicated to the study of ley lines, put so much time and effort into our work, and now we're all forced to either move on or starve to death. And she picked the latter. She tightly grips the letters in her fist, along with the two addressed to old Nicholas. If we hadn't had people who were willing to attend social events and academic meetings, we never would have gained respect in academia. And now they're all in jail, and our reputation is utterly ruined. She looks around at the dilapidated office. It's nothing like those once bustling and prosperous days. We're certainly not the only discipline controlled by bullies and scholars undeserving of their status. So why were we the only discipline to be brought down by this? Because you're arcanist, bro. Because it's too cruel to say it. Neither the people who bury themselves in research, nor the people who popularize it can save it. She sits on the floor, her palm still throbbing from being slammed against the bulletin board. How am I going to turn the tide? For a long time, she just sits there, paying no attention to the mold on the floor or the ruptured floorboards. She hates to just leave, but what else can she do? She looks up at the notice board that is now towering over her.
Let the study of ley lines end here, in this cold pit, to die with my career.
She stares at it until her eyes are completely dry, unable to shed any more tears. I can't do this anymore. As the light in the room dims, she drifts into sleep. I don't even have a light, damn. Ring. Is it Zeno? Is Zeno trying to make her do shit? She quickly scrambles to her feet. She isn't dreaming. It's the telephone ringing. She wipes her face on her sleeves and picks up the phone.
Hello, is that Miss Ekaterina?
Oh,
It's me.
who's calling? Is that the editor? She holds the phone tightly against her ear, not wanting to miss a single word.
No, this is Sophia.
Oh.
Sophia?
The memories of Yakutsk come rushing back. Yes, it's me. Now that the weather is warming up in Yakutsk, would you like to come back and continue our research? Research. Now this kind of puts in perspective her attitude in the main event, getting her hopes up and experiencing this. Yeah. Because, like, I mean, you invest, and if it doesn't pay off, you're just fucked, right? Yeah, all that time and effort. It's like, oh shit. Why? He looks around the office. The mold has crept its way to the center of the ceiling. Have you heard about what happened here? She asked the same question that Yelena and Alexei asked her on that fateful day. A little bit here and there. I've heard you have had a tough time getting your paper published. I'm in a bit of a jam here. There's too much work for one person. Would you like to come and lend a hand? But the study of ley lines has been...
Whatever happened, doesn't matter now.
After several moments of painful internal struggle, Windsong speaks again. Your research might be disregarded if they find out you're working with a ley hunter. It's still better than stopping altogether. There are critters' lives at stake. I'm not sure about this.
Comrade Ekaterina.
You can figure out the rest when you're here, Comrade Ekaterina. Aren't you worried about what people might say?
They've got nothing to do with our study, Comrade Ekaterina. You should focus on a more compelling subject.
Sophia's determined tone surprises her.
Sophia?
You... She feels a bitter sorrow in her throat. Oh no, crying. She holds the receiver tightly in her hands as if she's holding her dear friend. For a moment, a genuine fear grips her. What if all this is just a dream? Tears well in her eyes again. They drop on the desktop and glisten like the morning frost.
You are right. We should meet in Yakutsk.
Her fingers ache from the clenching, but she's determined not to let go. Yakutsk. Can't wait to go back. I have to pull the study of ley lines out of this cold grave. I won't let it die like this. Once again, she looks at the notice board. Her heart feels lighter. Finally, there is a new path before her. To be continued. Should have just stuck with the critter studies, man. Chapter 8. The hall is silent as the researchers listen intently. Windsong takes a sip of water before speaking. By now, perhaps you have your answer to my question.
When it comes to a school of thought, who do you need more? Those that get the work done, or the ones that make it popular?
Oh, the ones that get the work done, man. Come on. Shiny metal arm sticks out from the audience. Morning. Yes, the comrade in the back.
I think that
The root of your problem in your story seems clear.
because
The decline of the study of ley lines was caused by those who exploited it for personal gain.
so
The people you need more are the ones who truly care about the subject. The answer is quickly refuted.
But
The study of ley lines always lacked a proper barrier to entry. The composition of research was quite diverse and rather loosely defined.
what if?
Had there been no one to actively publicize it, those people who worked to build its respectability, hardly anyone would have taken it seriously in the first place. Oh, had there been
I heard that.
those people? It was Lisov alone who made the subject famous. I heard he was even invited to teach in some other countries. More and more people join the discussion. Windsong has to raise her hand to return order to the room. Thank you all. I understand where each of you is coming from, but my answer differs slightly from yours. Before the session started, a pair of comrades came up to me and asked two questions. Why are you still working on ley lines, and what made you stay? What is the study of ley lines exactly? Is it a science or an arcane subject? He types the words science and arcanum on the screen. Today, most of it has been buried in the sand. People can only conjure a vague image of it through stories or records. So is it a science?
Sadly, there is no doubt it's under the category of arcanum.
Many people, ley lines are not even an objective phenomenon, nor are they consistently verifiable. Many theories regarding ley lines can't even be cross-examined using scientific methods. She shakes her head ruefully.
Yet its arcane nature is not a sin, or the reason for its decline.
It was undermined by the high hopes that people held for it. They wanted it to be the ultimate solution, the answer to all their questions. It was doomed to disappoint them. It had its heyday, it even flourished. Many believed it to be the path to our next great advancement, until the dream was shattered by the cold reality. It's an arcane subject with a very narrow application. It could never stand on its own two legs as a specialized field of study. People abandoned it because it didn't offer the solution they sought.
It had drawn too much attention it didn't deserve in academia.
He sees a few nodding heads in the audience.
But I think every researcher, no matter their field, is an explorer, wandering wherever the truth may lie.
We could go in the wrong direction, get lost in the wild, and start all over again. This is the point we're at with the study of ley lines. This time, I hope to find a new path forward. It may be rough, muddy, and full of danger, but we must take the first step. There have been many breakthroughs and advancements in the last few years, and I sincerely congratulate you all on these achievements.
And I always hoped you would think of this path whenever a mountain stood in your way. Perhaps it could be a detour, leading you to the destination.
This is why I'm still here, as the last lay hunter. Windsong looks at the first researcher. Let's go back to my question. When it comes to a school of thought, who do you need more? Those that get the work done, or the ones who make it popular? The director, welcome. What's up? We are just finishing up with the Windsong story, and then we're going to be looking through Vila's on YouTube. Welcome in. The truth is, I think neither of them are that important. But Sophia made me realize that the only way to keep the subject alive is to let people see it for what it truly is, to understand it and acknowledge it. Networking and connection making won't keep the subject alive, and if we only focus on writing academic papers, we'll soon find ourselves in financial trouble. For now, they're both unimportant for the study of ley lines. She pauses, giving the audience a moment to process the information.
No. What it really needs is a genius. One that can extend the path and bring our study to another level, so people can see its true value.
Alright. They tried that already, man. He turned out to be a fraud and it ruined the entire thing. Like Newton to physics, Einstein to relativism, Watson to biology. Maybe the genius we need is among us in this very room. This is the other reason why I stay in this field.
I insist.
I hope that people will learn about ley lines from the reports I've written and the projects I've participated in. I will keep walking this path, and I hope to see you all along the way.
Thank you so much.
That concludes my lecture. Thank you. Also finished Windsong's story just now. I was trying to get her, so I did a bunch of stuff. Oh, you were just running through things, yeah. Yeah, we're pretty much done here. And then I'm gonna have to figure out how to make Vila work. Vila story, I mean. At first, there's just a few scattered claps, but the applause quickly turns thunderous. Oh, Christ. Office Laplace. Miss Windsong, please wait here. Madame Lucy will join you. Oh shit, we get to see Lucy. Sure. The staff member puts down a bottle of water and leaves. Windsong looks around the empty office. Never thought a lecture could be so tiring. He pulls over a chair and sits by the window. You saw the 1.9 stream, did you? I saw a little bit of it. Like I believe I'm like halfway through it at this point. I've been kind of watching it in bits and pieces because I haven't had like a lot of time recently. But I've seen I think most of the major things for the patch. Yeah. At times like these, she finds herself thinking of Vyashki. The people who embraced the study of ley lines from the beginning, and the people who saw her as family. What a great speech. It seemed Vila rubbed off on Windsong. Yeah, I mean, she's a lot less of like, failure right now. Alright, she's actually capable. She looks like what her, like, art would suggest, right? To think that a storm could take away the world, it's almost too absurd to be true. There are strange footsteps coming from the hallway. Windsong looks towards the door. Knock, knock, it's a robot. Without waiting for an answer, the door is opened.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Windsong.
Man, she didn't even put on her face. As soon as she enters the room, Lucy plugs herself into the power socket.
Thank you so much.
I'm Lucy, thank you so much for inviting me here to give the lecture. The pleasure is ours. I believe you have many questions to ask, including about the storm and Vyashki. No, I don't know why they chose... I mean, I know why, but, like, logistically speaking, why they gave her clothes. Like, when she became a character. Like, it doesn't make sense. She's already just a robot. Yes, ma'am. Her face turns serious. What exactly happened to Vyashki and its people? And they got reversed. It was not just Vyashki. The entire world has been wiped out by the storm. Wait, okay. Vyashki happened in 1996, the storm. That took us back to 1985, right? But Vyashki's been established for like 60 years, so it should still exist in this time period, just with very, very different people. It was not just Vyashki. The entire world has been wiped out by the storm. Put it simply, the world they lived in has been reversed to a time before its existence. But Vyashki should still exist.
Would you feel better if I put it this way, Miss Windsong?
Having clothes makes exactly. It makes it that like I understand why they did it from like a player's perspective, right? But as a robot, why would she need clothes? I mean, even now she's wearing clothes. I focus on like the weirdest things. I'm sorry. Her eye too look kind of fan servicey. It's just her in only a white shirt. Yeah. If I may sound like we still have a chance to undo all this.
But we hold
Like, I
on
know
to
why
some
they did
hope.
it. I'm just like, why would the robot think she needs clothes, you know? Is it true that we may have found a way to stop it from happening again? It is true that we have found a way. So you know stories after Vyashki before the storm. Oh, so it's in like the interim. Holy shit, okay. We have people here using every ounce of their knowledge and every means possible to find a way to end the occurrence of a storm. The roots make the man, they say. Yep. Yes, they do. That is the purpose of Laplace. We need your knowledge,
We
Miss
need
Windsong.
your knowledge,
We need
Miss
your help
Windsong.
to end the storm. What if ley lines? Ley lines might have something to do with it? End the storm? Her voice carries a bitter amusement. Xeno's stories. Apparently Xeno was before the storm, just after the events of Vyashki. Director. Is what I'm understanding. Your heart rate and body temperature indicate that you are having an emotional reaction. Are you angry, Miss Windsong? Okay. I missed my only chance to save my friends.
No.
That was not your only chance, Miss Windsong. I'm not asking you to end it yourself. I'm only requesting a ley line report on it. More storms will come, and we need you to help us see them clearly.
We will eventually find a way out of the storm.
See, I don't think that's the case, right? Because I think the moment the very first storm in 99 happened, all the others were inevitable, right? Because by removing people from the timeline the way we did, history has already been fucked. Like, it cannot proceed as it should, which means we're going to be causing critical points no matter what. So I don't know how you're going to stop that. And when that time comes, we will find the person with the means to end it. Windsong unclenches her fists.
That is why I'm inviting you to join Laplace.
We need your expertise to improve our chances of putting an end to these tragedies. Our 1999 does so little fan service, I forget that it's a gotcha sometimes, especially since I play without playing. Oh yeah. Like, it's, especially like with the writing, right? It's written more like you would expect from like a novel, like a very dense novel, than like like your typical visual novel style writing. Oh, okay, I skipped something. Oh, no, I didn't. Laplace will fund your project. More people will hear about ley lines, the stories behind them, and also the story of you, Miss Windsong, the last slave hunter. We cannot change the past, but we can decide the future.
The future. It
There's
is such a beautiful word in humans' eyes, and they attach to it the most wonderful fantasies.
It will not be easy to have the future of the study of ley lines resting on your shoulders. A light flickers across the slit on her face.
However, you have done an exemplary job so far, Miss Windsong.
When Song hears the ring of a telephone, an echo in her mind. She takes a step forward and extends a hand. I accept your invitation. She smiles, looking into what she believes to be the robot's eyes.
I look forward to working with you, Comrade Lucy.
Comrade Lucy. The end. So she joins the class then, huh? Makes sense. And Burton isn't a self-insert either. Yeah, they actually gave the main character an actual character. Isn't that crazy? Damn. Alright. That was Windsong's story. And now we need to do... Let me check when U2 ends real quickly. I want to make sure I don't like miss out on that. 3 days? How? Jesus Christ. Okay. I will need to do U2 before I do more Punk then. Actually, I don't even know if U2 is worth streaming anymore just because they don't have the cutscenes. It doesn't seem like, because they have the way they have it now is with like the little news clippings, right? I feel like at that point it's not really all that significant lore. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I'm a bit crammed on schedule as it is, and I want to get through more Punk as well. A soldier is from Ryashki and says that after the mission he wants to go there, and Bertold says that he was there, and people there are strong with a desire to be independent. Really? I would have expected him to just shit talk about him. Damn. Bertold seems very much like the petty sort. What am I doing? I need to, okay, so I need to pull up Vila's story. We're gonna be doing Vila's story now. I need to pull that one up, and we can start that. Let me replace that Natalie. I don't even know how she leveled up so quickly. I just got her. Let's throw in Apple. Apple's probably shouldn't. Alright. The ending was after both. Yeah. Okay. On to Vila. The one thing I want to know, I think I can actually close the game right now. I can pull up Vila's story. Jesus, why do I have so many tabs open? Good lord. Let me just close all this shit. Alright. Okay. We want timekeeper. Playlists. Could be under Farewell Ryashki. And we want what's called Dawn Arrives as usual, right? Preface. Let's go. I don't know if there's actually, is there actually like a There's... Oh, right. How does Vila survive the storm? What happened there? Era. Era. Jesus. Just wanted to... She just swam to the Foundation, yeah. 1.1 and 1.8 million events are news stories documenting the best merit. He's a friend. Yes, I remember that. The radio in the St. Pavlov Foundation's garbles out the news through a haze of static. Is the sound off? Is the sound off? Oh, I guess it is. Shit, why? Why, man? Okay, give me one moment. That's because this source doesn't have sound. So doesn't have sound. Oh, see, I told you it would be scuffed. Hang on, let me figure this out. Almost as usual. Okay, there. Capture audio beta. OBS, please. Please. There we go. A little bit. The radio in the St. Pavlov Foundation's garbles out in the news. Still, Vila listens to it carefully, trying to parse out every snippet of information. Yeah, it might be peaking. That actually is peaking. Let me know, like, if the level's good or not, because this is a new source. I don't know how it's gonna sound. Alright. Reaching out her arm, she gropes for the button and manages to silence the radio, whose sound has become more nuisance than news. One hour and 15 minutes. She's late. Very late. She rubs her hands before balling them at her side. Patience, she reminds herself, is a universal virtue. Patience for a coming change, for a new opportunity, patience for salvation. A universal virtue, perhaps, but one that is being tested to its limits here. Mr. Name Day, oh shit, it's this guy again, must have been stopped by some important business, unable to send word because of its gravity. Of course.
I should have gone with him.
He's already in the
I could have seen the
Foundation.
children
Oh, she
sooner.
is. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Why? I know this isn't Ryashki and I have no say here. But I'd rather do something than just wait around like this. Oh shit, they pulled her out because they knew she was an Arcanist, didn't they? I mean, obviously. Oh, she must be pissed then. She looks around, her eyes lighting on the television. Even a temporary guest room in the Foundation proves spacious, yet cozy. Everything here is more open and elegant than anything Vila has seen since she came ashore. This comfort comes included with a full range of amenities. For example, a real, functioning personal TV. TVs did exist at this point. Alright.
Let me see.
Let's see. She went with the kid. Oh, she went with the kids. Okay. So I know the kids went to the Foundation at some point. It should work the same as the TV in Bayashki's canteen. Though Vila isn't overly familiar with these appliances, a TV can't be too hard to use. After a click, pictures begin to stream off the TV. Swan Lake. The ballet is set to a sweeping orchestral suite. Swan Lake. It's a classic. I'm not surprised to find even people in the Far East appreciate it. It's Tchaikovsky, right? but I'm not really in the mood for a ballet. I prefer something else. I think she came to visit the kids in the training, okay, if that makes sense. Instead of Swan Lake, or yet another Swan Lake. Eh. Maybe you can get more reception.
What?
What? Oh, is it being controlled by Wolfhouse? Or the Foundation? How can these all be playing Swan Lake? There's nothing else. No other program but Swan Lake. With each switch of the channel, the show creeps closer to its end. Stuttering Prince lowers onto one knee, reaching out his arm out to the departing Odette. At this moment, she hears hurried footsteps coming from the corridor, followed by a knock on the door.
Madam.
Miss Vila, are you there? Yes, please come in. I'm so sorry, Miss Vila.
What's wrong?
Mr. Namegat, they catch a breath. Is it the kids? Did something happen to the kids? No, man, it's everybody else.
It's
okay.
the storm.
It's the storm. Okay, so this guy is old, and he is old. Because we see him at all points in time. This is like 4 years before the main story, right? The Storm. What do you mean? He's not older, but he's older than I would have expected. The Storm. What do you mean?
And August has gone missing.
Leonid. Yes, Leonid. August has gone missing. Why does he always go missing, bro? Did he learn to stay put? Oh, does August is gonna say some really like cryptic shit about the Storm, and we're gonna have to decode that. Wait, hang on. I need to use the restroom. I should have done this before starting, but I need to use the restroom real bad. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Yep. Alright. August needs to make friends. Yeah, he is good at that, isn't he? He just keeps making friends with all sorts. Okay. Part 1. Crushed butterflies. 4 years before the main story, Lilia grew taller while August stays the same. Yeah, I don't know how that works, man. The time things are weird. Actually, do we get a... Oh, man, we'll find out. If we get a time skip in this event to the present, and August is so small, that means we have no idea how time works anymore. Because it doesn't make sense at that point. Maybe August is just one of those people cursed to be small for their entire lives. Can't wait for August to immediately know the exactly, right? Here. We shouldn't be here. Oh, is she getting somnambulized as well? The humans are near. You won't be able to face them all. Or is this a flashback? Leave while you still can, Samodiva. Is that her real name? No, your wife. Last I checked, you were in no position to order me around. Okay, so she's not talking to herself. No one tells me what to do, especially not you, traitor. Remember this. I only spare you now because of your promise to return to our people. Okay, so this is just another Rusalka. As for that scaleless, whether you've kept it alive for their eternal soul or whatever else, it'd better be a corpse next time I see it. Or I will do that work for you. It's August Ash Ketchum, you know? There are some similarities that aren't there. Yet Gutian joined the Foundation after Zima, mid-20s, but Gutian's year is not, it is sad. Gutian, yeah, I don't know what Gutian's deal is, honestly. Like, I know we met him back in the 1800s. Or, like, he had his thing with name day back in the 1800s, but I don't know. Gutian and Ju have voiced lines of them witnessing the storm. Okay, so they were, okay, they both definitely saw the storm. These are times not making sense as the default set. Yeah, I mean, okay, it's the default setting, but at the same time, there are consistencies to it, right? Where you can kind of parse things out. So if Avgus just stays young, then I don't know, I'm gonna flip my shit, man. At 1.2, we are confirmed by Seneto that Zemo's already in the Foundation, Jessica's story. Okay. So basically, most or all of a city is accounted for then. Prior to this. I mean to main. Oh, the dream fades. Phil opens her eyes, looking up at an unfamiliar ceiling. Where am I? She sits up and looks around, the white and gray diamond patterns on the wall reminding her that this is not Ryashki. Breathes out, slowing the foundation. There isn't another second to be spent in bed. She is up with her clothes tidy and neat, ready to leave any minute, even in her sleep. Fine then, a brand new day. The last step in her routine, checking her schedule for what must be done. Avrost is listed as 8 in his profile. He was born back in 1.8. I think 8 is the first time he is encountered by the Foundation. Because there's a subtle difference in wording in the exhibitions, where when it's for their birth date, like their literal day of birth, it will say first completed in whenever, right? But I think in terms of like the age listed, I think that's just when we first encounter them, or at least when the Foundation first encounters them, right? When they first are logged, essentially. He should be 8 for the Rashki events, I think. I'm pretty sure.
Which means?
Message from HQ, more manpower. Because it's not when Burton meets him, right? It's when the Foundation registers them as an Arcanist. I think that's how it works. List of names. Are you going? Binchik. Grow up. This is a toddler. I thought he was at least 10. No, he's still small. Plus, he looks small for his age, too. Like, I'm pretty sure that fucking rock is stunting his growth, man. Both mentally and physically. There's no other goddamn way. Not released yet, but I hope to stay here, to be honest. I've barely passed training. What use could I be? You never know in a situation like this. Hi, brother, can I add you in game? Welcome, D. Loven. Yes. You know what? Yes, I do need friends in game. I actually don't have any. Data births are inconsistent, but the ages are correct. Laplace's video and Marcus's documents can confirm that. Okay. Let me pull up my ID. And I'll just post it in chat, and if you all want to add me, you can. Where's my goddamn phone? I'm using my phone for this shit. Alright. I will pull up my ID after this section, because I'll have to open the game again. Villa's cheerful steps draw near to the chatting staff.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'd like to ask. Mornings, Villa. May the peace be with us. How can we help you? Miss Tatiana, Mr. Vincent. Dates of birth are inconsistent, but the age is correct. Laplace's video and Marcus's documents can confirm that. Okay. So it's whatever is listed on his chart. Well, okay, so the age is correct, but we don't know like what point the age is taken, right? Necessarily. Actually, we can actually confirm that. I'll check after this. I didn't want to stop pausing. I was wondering if my application for the utility room has been approved. You were looking to use it during the daytime, yes? Well, you should receive a decision soon, within 7 working days. 7 days? That was not what I was told, sir. They said it would be decided today at the latest, so that we might hold an art class there. Oh, they know the storm's coming. 66. No, they don't, actually. The children have been looking forward to it. You double-check my application? You can find the date I first submitted it here. Right, because they're not able to forecast the storm until Burton comes along. Alright, we're really tied up these days. The process might take more time than expected. And Burton doesn't come until the 3rd storm. The female staff elbows the other and interrupts him. That isn't quite it. You see, there's been a change in procedure. Then might we just use the room first? The kids will have cleaned, no need for any concern. And we'll be careful with everything there.
I see.
I understand, miss, but it's against the rules. A small figure wades into the scene, breaking the increasing tension of their confrontation. Here he is. Here's the boy. He looks up at them with irrepressible eagerness and warmth. Or at least one of them.
Vila!
Hello, Vila, I found you. What is this small child? Yes, here I am. Hello to you too, comrade Outpost.
Let me see. 8:20. You're on time. But what about your friends? Why didn't you come together?
They're with Mr. Name Day. He brought us the biting coin again. Piotr says he wants to have a contest with it. They will bite each other and see who has sharper teeth. Yeah, that sounds like something kids would do. But the kitty on the coin is sleeping. We're waiting for it to wake up first. I'm sure Piotr will win, so I will not be watching the contest. I will just return to the woods. Bro, Piotr is gonna break some teeth. The biting coin. Sharpodonty. So it was Name Day who took the Sharpodonty from the meeting room. They wanted it to wake up anyone that fell asleep during that long meeting, but he must have used a slumber incantation to make it sleep instead.
No!
I'll have to get it back from him.
Excuse me.
Let me help. I should take Avgos to find Mr. Name Day. And in the meantime, we'll just have to find another place for our class, one without lengthy approvals. I'll bring the Sharpodonty back to you when I can. Will there be no class in the Diamond Caves today? Sono and Nina want to have a class there too. There are so many caves to play hide and seek in.
I'm sorry, child, not today. Maybe later, or after we get back to Rayashki.
Time to go, August. Say goodbye to the lady and gentleman. I heard that 1.5 took place shortly after 1.2, so that means Green Lake is way after 1.9. Chapter 7, regular content. Yes. Green Lake and Uluru both happen in the far future. Alright, not far future, but like way past, or past Chapter 7. Which is weird, right? Because a lot of bad shit happens in Chapter 7, and Burton just seems totally chill with it by the time those two events roll out. Like, she's seen people die, and then she decides to go to the Olympics. I don't understand. That girl's got, like, ice in her veins. Okay. Bye-bye, Mr. Polar Bear, Mrs. Polar Bear.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Grabbing at the corner of Vila's shirt, Avgus follows her down the corridor, gripping his sunflower tightly in his arms. As they move beyond earshot of the chiming staff members, she poses a gentle question.
Kids.
Excuse me. Avgus, why are you out in the hallways all alone? It's best to stay with our other comrades while you're in an unfamiliar place. You understand? It's for your safety. 1.5, 1991 is confirmed. Okay. 1991. But why are you out here, little Outburst? Will you tell me?
Sure. We can.
I thought 1.2 was after chapter 4. I mean, it is, right? It's way after chapter 4. But no, it is after chapter 6 and 7 as well. Being like, right, yeah. It is strange to see Alcos hesitate. A dreadful series of imagined dangers pop into her mind. But she leans on her experience, waiting on his answer behind a patient, tender smile.
Vila, you didn't turn into sea foam or even a squeaking line. Does that mean you have an eternal soul?
What does that mean? I mean, the sea foam thing is the Little Mermaid,
What?
right? What is a squeaking line? What is the eternal soul? What is an eternal soul? I think it is something for people with beautiful tales. Something that keeps them up so they won't sleep forever. Fuck, man. But Piotr said it was like pretty clothes that never get dirty. Immaculate, that keep you safe. He said his mama tells him about a place where people get them, called a church. But I told him clothes can't protect people because I saw Yevgeny, and he was wearing clothes when he turned into a sea swallow, yeah. Name Day says you will know the answer, but even if you don't, I think you must have one. Well, you have a pretty tail and you don't turn into sea foam. Your first foundation staff is Polar Bear, and his ult is Polar Bear. Oh man. Because this foundation mole, there we go. There, it is the cryptic stormhunts. Oh, that's what it fucking means. Maybe eternal soul. Vila's eyes widen. She stops and turns to him inquisitively. That could apply to the storm. Turn to sea foam. I understand now. You're thinking about that fairy tale, aren't you?
I believe so.
The critters not get hit by the storm. You know that story came from the legends of the Rusalka, or perhaps I should say the stories you've been told about us. They're only stories, nothing more. She stoops down, looking into August's eyes, searching for a better answer to match his own search. His questions never had conventional answers.
That.
Explains, you didn't turn into sea foam.
I believe so.
No, I didn't. This is already hit at this point.
People fold paper into different shapes and give them names. That's just what they do. The eternal soul is very much like that.
And a little like a paper plane. She tears a page from her notebook and folds it swiftly into a paper plane.
Ooh!
Sea swallow. I can fold one of those too. Does that mean I have an eternal soul?
No, that isn't so.
Damn, okay. Just shut him down, why don't you? This paper, sea swallow, the shape doesn't really matter, nor does its name. You can call it an eternal soul, a sea swallow, or even Comrade Patrick's pot. Anything you'd like to call it.
But it doesn't look like a pot. I don't think it would work like a pot either. So it's useless? Even the hole in my hat has its uses. At least it helps me to see my friends.
And even if it is a sea swallow, it can't protect you either.
I believe so.
You're right, Vitulacus. No matter what we call it, it's only a folded piece of paper. Once it flies away, it disappears. I can never catch the sea swallows that the sun unfolds. They fly very, very far. And when they're flying, they're so free, they can't be caught by anyone, even on tiptoes. I heard you said something about 1.9. How caught up are you with CN? I am not caught up with CN in the slightest. I know in 1.9, we get a storm that takes us to the 1990s. And I know the new characters that we do get up to current on CN, and that's about it. That's pretty much all I know about it. Any CN stuff. It's an opera about Rusalka and the Eternal Soul was mentioned. Wait, which one is an opera about Rusalka? Did they mention something? The Eternal Soul? Is that what it is? Or I mean, no, the Eternal Soul is mentioned, but what opera in question are we talking about then? Oh, did they mention something? Just because you can't catch others doesn't mean you cannot make your own. Like your frogs, sunflowers, and polar bears, these things you pull for yourself, they will be there for you, August.
These paper shapes, they aren't really frogs and planes. We just call them that, like we call it an eternal soul. But to name it, that doesn't give us any special protection. No, we have to protect ourselves.
August lowers his head and slowed wagging off the sunflower. The slowed wagging of the sunflower reflecting in its own way a measure of his thoughts. Vila holds her hand out to him. Not long after, the little boy reaches for it as a smile returns to his face. Now, a mission for you, Comrade August. Tell me, where is Mr. Namede?
That.
He is with the others. They're going to see Comrade Blini. We will need to climb the stone stairs first. To be continued. Okay. Okay, one moment. I will grab my friend code. Pop that open real quick. And I'll post it in the chat for anyone who wants to add it. So, this 8 as well. Oh shit, this one's long. How long is this one? Oh no, these are ducks. Oh, these are the fighting things.
Please watch your step. Books are everywhere.
Okay,
And if you
where do I see it? It's... Oh, it's my ID, right? There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. I want to close this now because it has background noise, but I will add all of you. Actually, I don't even need to do that, do I? Mute it for now. There we go. Okay, I'll come back to this and add y'all after we get through the story. Okay. That was stage 1. Holy fuck. Alright. Stage 2, let's go. On the shore. Canteen Rayashki, so another flashback. With little food to spare, few visit the canteen outside of mealtime, yet someone must still set the chairs and tablecloths. This isn't part of the regular schedules, however, with the lecture being planned in the public square, things are a little hectic. I searched for Rusalka and the Eternal Soul, and I received the work about a Rusalka who is a woman who goes beyond her world to seek happiness, being the true meaning of love and something. Oh, I see what you're talking about. We said work. Okay, so that actually sounds like the progenitor to Little Mermaid, the Little Mermaid tale, honestly, or maybe a reimagining of it or something. The theme seems the same. And they're happy to help. Scoff, yes, so much scoff, man. So much stuff. You forgot to switch the I forgot to switch the fucking video. Jesus Christ. I am on a roll today, aren't I? There we go. Okay, let's start over. On the shore. Okay. Pretend I have said nothing for like the last 2 minutes. With little food to spare, few visit the canteen outside of mealtime, yet someone still must set the chairs and tablecloths. This isn't part of their regular schedules, however, with a lecture being planned in the public square, things are a little hectic. And they are happy to help. Yeah, that goes. I see. Okay. A leaky boat that could sink any moment. Mumbling to herself, Vila tightens the tablecloth near the window. Realizing this is the last one before they finish, she smiles.
Well,
Well done, little comrade. Time for us to go get the square. To get to the square.
A leaky boat. We're sailing on it to the square.
Together with Windsong. Oh, so we really skipped that. So we finish with our comrades' tables and chairs. Do they know Comrade Cans will join them real soon and bring many more friends here? Yes, little outpost. We will need to say goodbye to Comrade Linya. Make sure they're all set just right, and then we're good to go, because... She chokes on the words, as if a phantom hand wrapped around her neck, stifling her voice. Ah. The meaning is clear even before her scales begin shivering. Vila raises her head, eyes darting out beyond the window. Her people have found her. Oh no. Oh no. Cough.
Vila?
August. Listen, August, you must go gather all your classmates and bring them to Comrade Yevgeny. Stay with him. You know where to find him, right? When does this... Hang on. When does this take place? Because Yevgeny's still alive, Windsong is still here. So this is like in the middle of this entire... Xeno crisis, right?
I do!
This particular section.
go on now, Comrade August.
Which means we
It is
have
up
a
to
Rusalka
you
invasion
to
in the
complete
middle
this
of everything.
important mission.
Or Tryashki. Near Weather Docks, there is a place blocked off by discarded containers and machinery. A hidden place in the water known to few besides Vila. A respite in Ashki's rare warm days. A place where she could stretch out her legs away when the swimming pool proved too crowded, too public.
Samadiva.
Samadiva. This one again. A large wave rises and splashes onto the shore, accompanied by a melodious sound, one familiar to her people. Ryashka prides itself on welcoming everyone, yet this is an uninvited guest. Vila. Dude, refresh my memory, but we always start our conversations this way. I mean, fair.
You shouldn't be here.
You should not presume to tell me where I can and cannot go, Faber. You've always stayed on the move, Vila. One place to the next, never tied down. Hopping from port to muddy little port, though through the greatest of the scaleless cities. I think this would be the place you'd stay. An old, dried-out shell you were too tired to shed off. Here, where the scaleless build their home, scrounging under the land bed for scraps like carrion crabs. How pitiful that we might so easily be so easily mistaken for them. She'd run as far as she could, but they still found her. They were relentless. The kin would stop at nothing to eliminate half-bloods. No stone unturned, no place too remote. I wish you could see, Samadiva. This hatred between our peoples. There's no way out of this whirlpool. Until we try to stop it. That's why
That's why you can't
see.
see what we've been trying to build. What the world could be.
Instead, you see what you want to see. Do you think it matters to me what you see in this crab nest? Tides take it. I'm here for you. You die today. Vila, Miss Vila. Assuming it's obvious. My lecture is starting soon. I was hoping you'd do me oh no, it's Windsong. You'd do me a favor. Some of Vila's summoned arrows of razor-sharp water hang in the air, halted by the sudden intrusion. Oops, my files. Vila, halting her breath, catches her foe's eyes darting towards the sound, narrowing with enjoyment. His arrows turn in a new direction and point straight at the source of voice, Windsong. Damn it, where is it?
No!
No. Vila didn't know that she could make a sound like that. It was melodious but dark and irritated, the sound of an ancient language, one she never mastered. She's warning him. More water arrows took shape surrounding Vila, these ones distinctly less sharp. Don't do this. Blunt as these arrows might seem, they produce a thin red line across his neck. What? You can't take her life or the lives of anyone here. Their souls are not for you. These are my people now. Harm them and you'll spend the rest of your life in regretting it, short though it may be. What? You little... Why, Iota? It is time for you to leave, Samoliva. Don't make me tell you twice. She holds her breath. This isn't the first time she's bluffed like this, but the stakes are higher now than they've ever been. She can't afford to give anything away. Silence. Minutes or seconds might have passed between them until some of Diva's arrows fall loosely into the water. Even so, Vila does not let up. Her foe bears his fangs, hissing. Somehow, you found a way to become something worse than a traitor. You betray us, refuse to accept trial, escape from justice, and now you are truly seeking this eternal soul. Are you truly seeking this eternal soul? You're so homesick that you choose any way to get back, even if that means chasing a myth. You're insane. What does that mean? How could you know that it's a myth? Even if it were real, it would not be a half-blood like you that would find it. Go ahead, drown all the scalers here, have them sign their souls away to the abyss, just to see if that's enough. But you're never going to find it. You will never reach Atlantis. Atlantis exists.
You know, I'm always open to trying new things.
Is that a final goal? Atlantis? Is she actually looking for a soul? Probably not, right? Most likely not. Then maybe you should start with the one calling your name. Vila tries to call out to Windsong, waving her away, but the ley lines researcher walks clumsily towards her unheeded.
Miss
Windsong,
Vila!
Please. Miss Vila. Seems that Eternal Soul is part of a folklore. Yeah. Some sort of folk tales they have. What are you doing all the way out here? I've been working on my lecture. It's mostly a rehashing of my previous work, but anyway, so I thought something. It might be a little too long now. Miss Vila? Vila? The researcher seems unaware of the battle that nearly transpired there. The sea behind them is quiet and still. It'd better be a corpse next time. Okay, so that little or Though she hasn't dropped her guard, she somehow misses the moment that Vila leaves. His voice lingers in the falling of the waves. Oh, if you have other suggestions, we can... No. Sorry, I was preoccupied with something. We can work on your lecture on the way back. Come on. Everyone should be waiting at the square.
Yes, that's right.
Of course, of course. So in order to make it easier for listeners, I divided the lecture into 4 parts. I'm not so worried about my summary, and the theory part should be clear, but the introduction... The two of them walk side by side through the town square, leaving the tides to wash over the shore. I'm surprised there's male Rusalka, because like in terms of actual folklore, Rusalka are exclusively women, right? They're the souls of dead women. But I guess here there are males. Alright, this is Kitchen Conversations.
Give me a minute.
Let me go over your requests. This guy's definitely going to be playable eventually, right? You need a space for your most energetic kids to
I
play.
believe so.
Yes, indoor or outdoor is fine, but a place with some sunshine would be best. A little sunshine is good for everyone, you know? And we'll need a lot of paper. Blank paper is ideal, but waste paper is also welcome. You can use it for drawing, or to make paper airplanes.
Yes.
A sunny open space and paper. Paper should be simple, but as for the location... I suppose you'll say a spare office isn't good enough, so what about here? As he converts, Name moves them from the Foundation's canteen and into the front hall. The children follow him like a waddling line of ducklings. Vila can't help but think he might almost be mistaken for a teacher. Well, it certainly has light and space.
But
this is the front hall. Won't it be too busy? Yes, it'll get busy sometimes with everyone passing through.
Mr. Name Day!
Please do it again, please. Show us the arcane skill that turns paper airplanes into birds, you promised. Another interrupts him before Name Day answers.
Stop yelling! He won't do it! That sofa he conjured from the door yesterday only lasted a few minutes.
See, do ley lines too. And I fell off of it. It's a dumb power. Because ley line constructs don't remain, right? But can you turn a paper plane into a bird? I didn't think so. So, Mr. Name Day is still better than you. Their spirited debate soon turns into a rolling battle. Thankfully, the many people passing by are too busy to pay it any mind and give them a wide berth. What is it exactly that your arcane skill does, Mr. Name Day?
Well, I can transform garbage into useful items simply by naming them.
Okay, so not ley lines, but it's very specific. I admit, it's not a very practical skill, but the kids usually enjoy it. So you can turn things into anything, what do you mean? That's super useful. I'll show you whatever you want. Mr. Raccoon, I would like to see the sea swallow too. I think we should stop Piotr and Persona first. Why, aren't they just singing? The boys duet and becomes a chorus as the others are pulled in, and their would-be teacher tries in vain to bring them back into harmony. My apologies, Miss Vila. I really can't handle this.
it will be fine.
Let me guess, you're the youngest of your family? You can always tell. You might as well be a kid yourself.
Hey, gentlemen. You went a bit too far.
Gentlemen. She raises her tone as she continues, but it remains calm, a reminder, not a warning. A practiced tone that the fighters instantly recognize, bringing their battle to a swift end. My lovely little comrades, you know that you are always free to express your opinions, but we must be peaceful, no? No shouting, no fighting. Remember, children, we're here representing our town. We don't want people to think guests from Rayashki are rude, do we? Now, if you can all behave as good guests, perhaps Comrade Vila will find us some Alyanka to share. Because good children should be rewarded. I'm sorry, Miss Vila, Mr. Name Day. You should have stuck with Leonid. Sorry, Mr. Name Day. I shouldn't have yelled at you.
It's okay.
It's fine. No need to...
Don't worry, child. There will always be Alyonka for you, no matter what. Excuse me. I believe...
I don't know when that happened. I must have clicked something. Scuff. Scuff. Wonderful. I'm sure the kids are eager to have a place to themselves. They're probably scuffed. Oh, we let them play then. Actually, I have some questions for you.
Okay.
Go ahead. The adults walk to the other side of the hall, though Vila maintains a watchful eye on the kids. Name Day speaks first, catching her breath before she can return her eyes to him. In fact, I had one for you as well, though I know I've already asked many times.
Madam.
Is there any way we might persuade you to join the Foundation and stay here, Miss Vila? Yeah, there's no way.
You said that you settled down in Rayashki because it took you in unconditionally. That it was so full of hope that it became the symbol of a new world to you.
Yeah, and what makes you think she's gonna leave now, man? A new world where all races and ideas can coexist.
I believe so.
Yeah, that's like the opposite of a Foundation. That is how I see Rayashki, how I will always see it, but each time I say it, I can't help but add.
Of course it may fail and end up a ruin. But at least, we've tried.
least we've tried. Yeah, that's
Yes,
not
yes.
a great consolation. Perhaps then you see what I'm thinking, Miss Vila. We share the same goal, Rayashki, the Foundation, you and I. We also strive for peace and harmony. Look at our slogan, May the peace be with us. And should you agree, then your students could join the SPDM, the School for the Foundation. We've determined that they are all talented arcanists, especially August. Please understand, it isn't that we're expecting anything from him, it's just sincere admiration. I understand entirely. Don't worry so much over words. You have your job to do, right?
For a brighter future. For the children. In these cases, what you said was correct. They did mean something. But adults think in their adult ways, disguising their plans by saying it is for the children. Then they make decisions for them without even asking.
That's rich. I choose not to be such an adult.
Madam.
Madam? After the first time you brought up the SPDM, I made it a point to talk to each of them and give them a clear and fair argument for it. That they all want to go home. Back to Rayashki. As do I. I question, though, why you feel you've decided to pursue recruiting us individually. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to build a long-term relationship with all of Rayashki? A stone. Vila seizes on the pause with a smile, turning the questions back on him. And on the subject of cooperation, I have another question. Name Day breathes out, relaxing from his bracing stance. This guy has a terrible poker face.
Please go on.
I have taken notice that the turnover rate in this branch is quite high. I assume with so many coming and going, you must be getting a steady stream of information as well. To that end, I ask that you might share some information about Rayashki with me. And the most important of which?
When will we be able to go home?
This one hasn't happened yet, right? Because the kids were already at the SPDM when Vila and Windsong spoke at the pool. I think. Right, so I'm just making sure I'm going with this. Letters unsent. Sudden silence puzzles Vila. A question as simple as this should not render a talkative young man mute. The storm said. Yep. She tilts her head, trying to restart the topic. Mr. Nameday. Oh, my apologies. I was only thinking how I might best put it into words. Please, like I said before, don't worry over words. I appreciate your concern, but I am not made of glass. I put my trust in you, and this hesitance to speak, it makes me worry. Oh, Miss Vila, I didn't mean at all to...
Mr. Nameday.
Then tell me, Mr. Nameday, I will be needing an answer. This young man stands slightly taller than her, so Vila slightly raises her head, hoping to catch his eyes. That I would have expected her to be taller, honestly. Nameday flinches, eyes running from her glance. But two things he has little way of managing: hits and the stare of an honest person. As you wish. It seems you're picked up on our high turnover rate. You picked up. But let me be clear. It is an attrition rate. We simply don't have enough manpower to escort you back to Rayashki safely. In fact, I might well be in the field too if I hadn't been selected to host you and the children. electrician? What do you mean? Has something happened? A fucking storm, bro. Sorry, there's little I'm at liberty to say, but it isn't anything to worry about. Still, as you are concerned, I'll see if there are any field missions in the area. If we're lucky, my colleagues may be able to bring you back some news. That is a good start. But then, what is going on in Ryashki exactly? I admit, I don't know any more than you do, but if the radio is anything to go by, tourism in Ryashki is still in full swing. I heard administration was even considering adding it to our list for annual retreat destinations. So it must not be so bad. What about the mines? The port, is it still under construction? Has Zeno left us alone? Well, they didn't mention any of that on the radio. Vila's blue eyes sparkled, reflecting a sea of thoughts and questions. So if we can't go back for now, is it still possible to write home?
That's right.
Oh, how silly of me not to think of it. I will write home and ask their opinion about further cooperation between Ryashki and the Foundation. Oh, I should get on this right away. Vila has always been known for direct and bold action, and for very good reason.
Madam.
Madam.
What?
Aside from any questions of whether we can deliver anything, there's no need to rush. The kids are here, and I'd rather you not leave with just me to watch them. Not that I'm saying you can't go, but I won't be able to. I worry I won't be able to manage them alone. Oh, of course, I forgot that you're short-handed now. But is there really no one at all you can spare, not even just to deliver some mail?
Of course we have mail delivery. I'm just trying to say you don't have to be in such a hurry. We can send your letters at any time. So, why not enjoy the sun for now?
If you insist, it is a lovely day. Fine then, if we have some more time, I should be able to think of some more questions. After sending the children back to the temporary dormitory, Vila says goodbye to Name Day and returns to her room with a stack of blank paper. She spreads out the papers on the desk, recalling all the questions in her mind from the afternoon. Every word she writes is marked by a spark of warmth and a pang of her ever-growing homesickness. To Lazarev.
Dear comrades.
Dear comrades. No matter who is reading this, before you start, please find yourself a comfortable chair. Take my words seriously, not just a good skin. Yes, even you, Knut. Because what I'm about to tell you is of utmost importance to all of us. That man is not convincing at all, but man is sugarcoating it. Yeah, I'm not sure if the storm is hit yet at this point, because there's some timeline things I'm not sure of, but regardless, he is not convincing shit. My god. Mr. Name Day, please give these letters too. Now, before I get to the topic, I must first apologize for losing contact. I hope most sincerely that by the time you get this letter, we will already be on our way home. These are today's letters. Please make sure they arrive. There are too many questions, and I'm not so good at prioritizing, but I've heard others say that one must go with the flow. Our cooperation with the Foundation has encountered some manner of force majeure and has been paused temporarily. This letter aims at getting more details from you, our frontline workers. Forgive me if I ask too many questions, but they involve every aspect of our livelihoods and Ryashki's survival, including many I should have asked much earlier. Here you are. These are a few more letters, thank you. What's the progress on the repairs for the pier in the dockyard? Have we established any diplomatic relations with neighboring cities? Has the rebuilding and maintenance of the houses been finished according to schedule? As autumn is near, have we prepared enough waterproof materials to keep the roofs in good order? And do we have enough fuel to keep things heated in the winter? I would suspect and hope that as we ramp up our coal production, none of these will be a problem.
Looking forward to your reply. Warm regards, your most loyal friend, Vila.
Yeah.
Mr. Nameday.
Alright, with that, today's letters are all done. You mentioned the radio of the city becoming a tourist location. But that radio also mentions the veins in electrical. Yes, it does. I just wasn't sure if that was a flashback or if that was like prior to our current position, you know? Because if that was prior, then yeah, they've been stormed for a good while now. Here these, Vila folds each one and slips them into their envelopes. As she reaches for the last one, she realizes she has used every last page from the stack. She stares half shocked at the amount of thick envelopes before her. I didn't realize I had so much to say. But it's been so long.
I'm afraid I'll have to cut down the pine tree in the garden for more paper if you keep writing this way.
Are those letters to Miss Windsong finished? I see you've already signed them, so I would suspect they are, yes? Actually, not yet. I'm not sure if she'd like to return to Ryashki. And I worry it might be too forward to ask her directly. I'm still choosing my words. My god, lady. Windsong is that ley lines researcher, right? I heard her presentation HQ was success. Okay, there you go. If so, maybe you might start by giving her congratulations. Then you might ask her how she's doing these days, or something like that. His suggestion provokes no reaction from Vila as Nameday gradually softens his voice. Sorry, I don't write so very often. Maybe my suggestion isn't helpful. Maybe this is useless advice, or maybe I'm like a blind squirrel. Did she write a letter to everyone? It seems so, yeah. It seems she's writing a letter to everybody, which is... I mean, they're gone, man.
Anyway.
Feel free to forget anything. I said anything. No. Actually, that was a good suggestion. The blind squirrel found the nut, Mr. Nameday. That was very helpful indeed. If you don't mind, please, I'll finish these and you can send them all together. Take your time. I'll be sitting here waiting, killing time. Maybe I'll do some carvings with my knife. Hey, it's Enigma's office. Killing time. Sigh.
I don't know why I'm doing this.
The mountain of letters in front of him has grown to a daunting size. At least there's one letter I can see. The rest are not so lucky. There was no one to receive them, not even to mark return to sender. All of those words without anyone to read them. Questions that will never be answered. Powerless, futile anxiety burns inside him. Finally, he takes a sent letter from the top of the mountain and leaves with a tender sigh. A letter to an old friend. To Windsong. Yep. Nameday does have a lot more empathy than I would have expected. I always got like the sense, just from his design, that he was kind of the more sneaky trickster type. But he does seem at least like a good enough person. As she ponders. He's a terrible liar, though. As she ponders. The sunny corridor, tucked away from the bustle of the office, now serves as a classroom where Vila holds classes for the children. Art, physical education, and the Foundation's general education courses.
Children!
Alright, children. Please repeat the rules one by one, starting with our comrades at the front. Comrade Gilper? First, no running, no horseplay. Second, don't climb out of the window. A rule made very specific, especially for you, Comrade Basonga. Next, Comrade Nima. Third, always raise your hand to ask questions.
I believe so.
Exactly. Comrade August. Do not wander away without your comrades. Yeah, okay, sure. Don't look for Vila on your own.
I believe so.
That's right, Comrade August. Going out all alone is dangerous, even in a safe place like the Foundation. There is no place that is perfectly safe, and no place stays safe forever. Besides, I'll always be right here with you, so why would you be looking for me?
Vila?
Did you stop writing, Vila?
Besides,
Mr. Raccoon isn't here today. Mr. Nameday has his own work to do, so do we. And our work today is to play chess, fold sea swallows, read books, and explore our own interests. Dismissed. Like a rocket at her word, the kids launch upwards, bouncing against the walls until only two remain. August stands beside Nina, looking at her. The little girl wears a worried face. Vila brings herself to them.
What's wrong?
Yeah.
Miss Vila,
It's Vila.
when are we going back to Rayashki?
Rayashki?
I asked Mr. Nameday the same question, and he said soon. But how soon is soon? Soon means tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know if that's correct.
Mom always said soon. It won't be long. Everything will be fine when you wake up tomorrow.
That's so depressing, my god.
So, I think they have the same meaning.
My god, Upcoast, why?
Why?
And it's already tomorrow. It's been a lot of tomorrows and we're still here.
I don't understand.
And I miss Mommy. I think soon means that we will go home. That is for certain. We could be on our way there at any moment. But when will that be? Oh. I'm sorry, Nina. I shouldn't have said that.
Honesty is important. So, honestly, I don't know.
But tomorrow never comes. Yep. Now we know his Udemo form. What is his Udemo form? I never really even took a look. I'm assuming it's like a polar bear, right? Something like that? I actually don't know. I haven't checked his Udemo form. Honestly, it's important to us, I don't know, but I'm sure that we will return home once it is safe. Mr. Nameday has been helping us with just that. Are you sure how to do this for us? Mr. Raccoon keeps going in and out. He left through the front hall, but he brings fewer things back every time.
Miss Vila, this is for you.
Knows. It's Vila. Oh, Augusta's a Leonid is a raccoon. Oh, that's what I think you meant. Augusta's Udimo. Yep. It's not as powerful as a real fighter jet, but I made it with the last piece of paper.
Rare things.
Yeah, if we get named A, his thing's probably gonna be a raccoon.
Like canned meat and sausages.
Suddenly, the paper plane in Villa's hands becomes heavier than a real jet.
I'm sure you'll be able to take us home with this.
Is it folded paper or military-grade steel? She can't tell. Foundation plus one mermaid, yeah. Oh no. Nothing seems fit as an answer. Thank you, Pasono. This is indeed a well-made plane. Plus one researcher, yeah.
This is a sea
I mean, they have
swallow,
nowhere else to go at this
an
point.
eternal soul. It will fly far enough to reach the town.
Please, we know that children are expendable. Come on. They're just gonna get tossed out into the storm. Can I take us all back too? I miss everyone. I miss Rayashki. Plus children, yeah. We will go home. This is your home now. Hey, I practiced my paper folding so I can make real good stuff now. I want to make one for Uncle Canute too. Oh damn, Uncle Canute's dead. That sucks. But we're running out of the paper Mr. Nameday brought us.
Vila.
Pasono says we're running out of eternal souls. Could we give him other things that are like an eternal soul? Something he can fold into more sea swallows and other things? Plus child with a radioactive rock.
I'll see what I can do.
Someone has to get that rock tested, man. I don't trust it. Why do you call paper eternal souls? Souls are for people, not paper. I once read a story about a Rusalka princess to my sister. Oh, wait, hang on. I think this is what you were talking about, Mask, yeah? The Rusalka princess and her little mermaid thing? Princess traded her fishtail and her voice for a pair of legs, but she didn't get what she wanted in her poem. I don't like that story. My princess is like Ivan the Fool. She doesn't make sense. Vila is not Ivan the Fool.
I'm not referring to Miss Vila. She's not a princess. Besides, the book says Rusalki will eventually turn into foam because they don't have an eternal soul. That's not Miss Vila's case. She must have one.
No, paper is the name we give souls. Vila told me. Amused by their discussion, Vila decides it best not to intervene. Piotr, though, is anxious. As the oldest boy, he feels he must break up any fights to keep everyone in line. Vila gently taps him on the shoulder to reassure him. Yes, apparently it's an opera. Yeah, okay. I probably shouldn't have been surprised if they actually mentioned it. They mention everything. The sound of the telegraph and typewriter harmonizes, echoing in this little room. Wearing headphones, Nameday is listening to the telegram and transcribing it through the typewriter. I wish to hold your hand tightly. Oh, he's... Oh no. Why is it in reversed order? Oh no, he's your most loyal yet worst friend. Windsong. I see in reverse order. Oh, is it a code? Familiar footsteps approach, followed by a knock. Nameday concentrates fully on the incoming telegram, having no idea of the incoming intrusion. Therefore, it may be best to give up the idea of returning to Rayashki.
Mr. Nameday.
That is all I can say for now. But I believe you're strong enough to face the truth and won't rush into Reckless decisions. Yeah, I feel like that's wrong. This should be the place. Maybe you're still not aware of the full extent of it. This is where he stores all his collections. That sound, is that a typewriter? Shoots. It's Miss Vila. He silently screams, realizing it's too late to hide either the letter or the telegraph. This guy is such a... No, she must not see. Mr. Nameday, I heard your voice. Sorry to bother you now, but I really need to know. When can we... Oh no. Oh fucking hell, man. It won't be town. Yeah. You remembered or the utopia we tried to build? Go back to Rayashki. The storm has changed everything. There you go. There you go. As she ponders. Reality. Nothing can be hidden forever. A hard lesson for the struggling Nameday to accept as he scrambles across his desk. The typewriter is still working, and Vila is one step away. Vila is one step away. Mr. Nameday, what is that? Telegraph and a typewriter. Could this be a telegram from Rayashki? Why would they have gotten it out? They never replaced our machine. What could that possibly... Oh no, this is actually from my brother. Oh no. Of course, I don't blame you, but you're kind of interrupted a private moment. Vila squints, eyes glimmering. The Salki have extraordinary physical abilities, including sharp eyesight. Reading the print on a typed letter is as effortless as a glance. Their most loyal yet worst friend. Windsong.
But...
I don't intend to accuse you, but I admit I am confused. Is your brother's name really Windsong? Come on, Vila. Come on, Vila. It's not like that, Miss Vila. I'm just... I know, I'm only teasing. No need for theatrics. Now, would you let me read it? Oh no. It's so over. It's so over for us. I don't suggest you. Every message or letter the Foundation receives needs to be examined by us. Unfortunately, you can't read out, bro. This one is still being translated, so I haven't submitted it yet.
The era of censorship is long gone, sir. Why so nervous?
Okay, so nervous.
It's only a letter from a friend. How dangerous could it be? Look, it says, I wish to hold your hand tightly. Terrifying, isn't it?
Damn. Absolutely horrendous. Nameday falls silent in sync with the telegraph's staccato rhythm. The tension in the room thickens with the growing moment of silence. Oh, she was gonna freak out.
If you insist, just go on. It is your letter and your right, after all.
That is the voice of a man who has given up. He knows he's cooked, man. Oh.
I am so happy to hear from you finally. I was so worried that it might be even worse news when I opened the envelope. After all, that's all I have received these days. It took me quite some time to prepare myself and read it through. After that, I sent you this telegram immediately.
Vila and Windsong are doing 100%. Yep.
I am so glad to know you and your little warriors are doing well. It really cheers me up after all this bad news. However, I'm still confused by your decision.
She doesn't know.
You're going back to Rayashki. But don't you know?
He doesn't know.
It won't be the town you remembered, or the utopia we tried to build. The storm has changed everything. It seems the Foundation has concealed the truth from you. But as your friend, I feel I'm obliged to tell you. As far as I know, the chaos caused by the storm has been around for a long time. Wherever it goes,
crazy,
every
I'm about to
building
say.
and each person
Yeah,
there
man.
will be reversed.
No.
By reversed, I mean they've vanished. I have not visited Rayashki yet, but I've been to many other places it has struck. I saw what comes from the storm with my own eyes. Think about it.
85 right now.
Everyone you know may have vanished, and that once thriving town may only be a ruin now. If anything remains at all. I'm not exaggerating. This is a common fate for places impacted by the storm.
About that. Look on the bright side, that, like, asshole mermaid isn't here to come after you anymore, right? The words she has heard from Name Day now standing before her with guilt etched into his petrified face. Oh no.
So this is the truth of the storm.
Yep. Everyone's dead. Isn't it, Mr. Name Day? The storm doesn't need to be as serious as Miss Windsong said and let bro, just give up. See? You, Ghost, and other kids are safe and sound in the Foundation. Not vanished, not reversed. He's trying way too hard. His voice gets softer and softer, fading until the next sentence fails to emerge at all. Despite the ability to transform a thing by speaking a name, he finds no name, no word suitable for the moment.
It sounds like things have changed there. Changed for the worse. Am I right?
Vila tiptoes and gently taps Name Day on the shoulder. Changed, yes, but it will likely not be as chaotic and ruined as you might imagine from Miss Windsong's letter. Well, I suppose that this isn't the point. It's only that I think you should consider staying here even after this letter. Oh, grant us your wisdom, Upghost. Startled by the sound of miniature contemplation, they turn around and see the least likely person to be here. Avgust.
Avgust.
When did you... What are those in your hand? Ah. Yeah. Avgust raises the envelope in his hand as if holding up a flag. Oh no.
Vila! So many eternal
Oh, no.
souls.
Oh dear.
You're here for them, right?
What are these? Think you know what they are. All her unsent letters piling up the corner. August doesn't know what he has found. To him, it's only a trophy. A means to another flight of sea swallows.
Oh,
These ones are wearing black dots.
everything will be alright.
You know the child knows. Yeah, man. We can use these for dotted sea swallows. We can make so many new things. Asono and Nina will be so happy.
I hereby declare that you are all eternal souls.
August.
Please leave. These are not eternal souls. It will be fine. August is right, Mr. Nameday. They could be anything we think they are, including eternal souls. They're nothing special anymore. He's taking this a lot better than I would have expected. They aren't going to be of any other use. I'm sorry.
You don't have to. As I said, you have your job to do. And I also have mine, even in this situation.
Breathes out. Suppose we're lucky you didn't send them. Now the children have some more paper. That's a silver lining. Oh man, oh no. Oh dear. 7. Let's go. Under the warm sun. So I'm guessing she goes back to sea and finds out that they've reversed by, what, 30 years? And she recognizes nobody. That's my assumption here. She is Vila she is Vila. I mean, okay, yes, but also if I were to find out my entire, life has been completely deleted, I would freak out. Ain't no shot, man. Goddamn. Time seems to be frozen in the utility room. The sound of breathing is the only sign of its passage. Staring at the pile of letters between them both Vila and they realize that their problems demand answers.
Well,
Comrade Windsong did not say whether it was a good idea to return. As I just asked, would you consider staying here, even after knowing what was in this letter? You mean,
see,
especially
your
after?
question shows you don't think the truth will stop me. Looks like neither of us have changed our minds.
Vila shakes her head, taking the letter off the typewriter. You know I'm still going, and I know you'd prefer for us to stay here.
Alright, since you know the truth, I won't keep it from you any further. Are you setting off tomorrow?
If possible, sure. We waited for too long. Too long not to know. All I want is a chance to see it with my own eyes.
Okay.
I'll try my best to. Nope. No more trying. You do, my friend. Remember, I told you what happened that day when the storm fell? That August went out alone to take a look. Oh man, what did he say? Tell us what he said. I remember, but back then I didn't know much about the storm, less even than what I know now. I thought he just got lost. I had no idea what he might have seen. Vila looks to August, who is taking each letter from its envelope and piling them up. Their different layers, one after another, begin to resemble, at least in the mind of August, a layered cake. They did.
Hey!
And Napoleon cake.
Vila!
Look, Vila. Vila. Thank you for the cake. But did you forget what I said, comrade Avgust? Don't go out alone. But since you're here for these eternal souls, I think we can help.
Besides...
But I didn't leave my comrades. Oh no, he brought the whole crew with him. He points at the door. They see the edge of some clothes hidden behind the door frame, accompanied by grouchy whispers. The kids know too. Don't push me, I can't hear anything. What do you expect? Comrade Avgust just sold us out. Let's just go in already. I had no idea we had so many listeners. I thought Rusalki's senses were supposed to be sharper. Come out, all of you, Pyotr, Pasono, Nina, and anyone else you got with you too. I have something that I must tell you. I thought that guy was the founder of the Arcanist Foundation. No. The president of... Well, I mean, okay, so the Foundation's human. It's not Arcanist, right? They just recruit Arcanists. But they're primarily human-aligned. Name Day is just a dude who works there at the moment. The president is some old guy that we haven't actually seen yet. At least not, like, in detail. I have something that I must tell you.
Miss Vila!
Miss Vila. I know what you want to ask, and yes, we're going home. And if all goes well, we will be going home tomorrow. Can we get a chopper? Hell yeah. The hard-packed snow crunches under the weight of feet, big and little, as the team led by Vila inch close to home once again.
Vila?
Vila? Why didn't we come home from the pier? Turtles in the sea place their houses there and then go on shore. What?
We're not going home for good, Comrade Avgust. This is just... a visit. Just like the ones Comrade Windsong used to make, remember?
Then are we guests? Does that mean we have to stay in the hotel tonight? But there are still houses for us, right?
Besides...
I can't see the pier or the statue from here. All the rooftops and the snow become one. The snow has covered everything. We're here. Because this is the best place to see all of Rayashki.
But
I see nothing. No pier, no statue. They're gone.
Both sea foam and snow all eventually... vanish. Vanish. Is that the word?
That is correct.
I don't know.
Okay.
There are a lot of questions that I can't answer. Besides, I'm not always right.
Avgust falls deep into his own mind, but Nina cautiously takes Vila's hand and asks her in a trembling voice. Miss Vila, wasn't the mine on our way home? But this doesn't look like the way home anymore. It's strange. I just want to see Mama again, and then we can go back to the SPDM with the sun. Yeah, no, you're fucked. It's so over.
Why? Miss Vila, is this really Rayashki?
Rayashki? Vila holds her hand even tighter. This time, she doesn't even bend down to wipe tears from the little girl's face. There is no soft word of comfort left in her, only hard truth. There was a path from here down to the town. During snowy days, people would tie red tape on the tree to mark the way home. But now she sees only white, no colors at all except sunlight reflecting on the snow. The road home is gone.
Yes. This is still Rayashki.
A moment later, she turns around. Let's go, children. It's getting cold out. It's time to go back.
Vila?
Is the visit over, Vila? Yes, it's over. There you go.
Madam.
Mr. Nameday.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ninde. Just as we agreed yesterday, I will join the Foundation. You're more than welcome, but please, if you need, you can spend some more time here. Thank you. That's thoughtful of you. But it won't be necessary. To be continued. Yeah, I mean, there's no point, right? Everyone's gone. It's just land now. Let's see, this is the last chapter. Yep. A song for the teacher.
Hey!
Look, a sea swallow. Thanks, Avgust. Great. Avgust holds a half-crumpled paper plane over his head, imitating a bird in flight. All those unsent letters, just the same as any other waste paper. The building materials for folding birds and frogs. That's not right. You shouldn't fold it this way. Use these math papers to make dotted frogs, the ones that can jump if you flick them. But we already have so many frogs.
No fighting!
No fighting, Gilbert. I'm just saying he used the wrong paper. It's okay, Fasono. We still have lots of paper. These seem nice. They aren't too crumply.
Comrade Avgust, use this. Thank you, Comrade Nina. I think this sea swallow will do just fine. It's a little crumpled and looks a bit dirty. But these battle scars are like medals for a hero. Just like the one that saved our town.
It's like that one, yeah. I wanted to show it to Vila.
Vila.
Vila. It's like he's calling a cat or something when he does that. Vila, over here. Before his friends could answer, Avgust is in a full sprint towards the adults on the other side of the corridor. Noticing his coming, Vila opens her arms, but her duty as a teacher overrides her welcome. Hey, don't run in the halls. Yeah. Don't run in the corridor, Comrade Avgust.
What's wrong?
What is wrong?
Look, see?
This is my sea swallow. It has been in many battles and flown for a long, long way. It's very tired and wants some rest. So I wanted to rest here with you. The crumpled paper plane lands in Vila's palm. Oh, thank you, Comrade Avgust.
It will be treated the way a heroic sea swallow deserves. I promise.
That.
What do you think? Perhaps it might like to rest in this notebook. Just like this. Wait tight, little hero. Since you're here, Comrade August, I must confirm with you. Are you all prepared to go to the SPD and...
I don't understand.
What do we need to prepare? You must have all the things you want to take with you and study your schedule so you will know where to go. Mainly, Nina would like to know what the classroom there is like.
I have my friends, and that's all I need.
That's all I need. That's what Pasono said too. Very well. You're all brave, little comrades. You will protect yourselves and each other, won't you? Miss Vila, I assure you, SPDM is one of the safest places in the world. You know, see, I don't know about that because, Chapter 3 happened, right? You don't have to worry. The children will need to learn how to protect themselves sooner or later. I'm only a teacher. I can't protect them forever.
Vila?
Aren't you coming with us? No, man. Oh, but you're a Rusalka, so are you returning to the sea? Surprise jumps across Vila's face.
What?
No, never. That one rainy afternoon, yep. Will I be able to see you again if you turned into foam? How could foam be turned back into Vila again?
No,
Skip
that
it
isn't
off
so.
then. August, I won't turn into foam. But you said the Eternal Soul is just another name. You said you don't have it, and the princess didn't have it either. Kasono said the Rusalka princess turned into foam when she went through the sea. Yeah, Robert and friend would like to disagree, yep. Exactly.
Kids,
I will not, August.
the Eternal Soul.
It's nothing, it's only a name, something that could be given to anything. It doesn't have substance, you can't touch it or catch it. How can something you can't even touch turn me into foam? I haven't before, and I won't now. Anyway, I won't be going back to the sea. Then what is it? You said it can be everything, but also nothing. You think Constantine has authority at this time? Imagine, right? Because, I mean, in terms of time, this is only a year before Burton is, Burton gets stormed, right? I'm not Burton, but Burton's friends get stormed. 1 year? Yeah, 1 year before Burton's friends get stormed, so she could be in power at this point. Vila bends down, looking into August's confused eyes.
I had the same thought at the beginning. That it could be anything I believed it to be. But maybe it didn't even exist at all. I saw how barriers were broken and hate driven out from that town. That's why I thought our Ayashki was eternal, and the people were all good souls. But now, I understand that's not true.
What is true? You are. Me? I am the Eternal Soul? Oh,
No, not you alone, but all of you. You are the next generation of Rayashki, the survival of our people and our dreams. A future that will not be altered or reversed.
I don't remember if they mentioned when the director left. Yeah,
As
I'm not
long
sure
as we
either.
have you,
That's why I'm.
those
I
who
don't know,
sacrifice
like, for
themselves
certain.
will never truly die.
There's a chance
And
she's in charge now, but also
the
who
Eternal
knows?
Soul will continue to exist for us and for them.
So for me, the eternal soul is nothing and everything. Sounds a little like my arcane skill. Remember that sofa? It returned to a simple toy in only a few moments. Bro, why are you trying to insert yourself in this?
It's just a small trick, I'm afraid. Far from eternal.
Conversation. This is not about you, my dude. Thanks for the example, Mr. Nate. Exactly. Get out. Well, I can see that little Avghost is still very confused. Perhaps I made it too complicated. Did you understand what I mean, comrade Avghost? Avghost doesn't reply immediately. With him, it is never easy to tell whether he's fallen back into his own middle world, or if he's piecing together something brilliant. But if I can see it, how can it be nothing? What do you mean, Avghost? Or do you mean, Avghost? I don't think anyone has ever seen a soul.
But I saw yours. It's golden like the sun.
Oh, what does this kid see? Holy shit. He just casually drops that. Vila turns to the direction Avghost shows her. The morning sun has climbed high, spilling into the open corridor and stretching the silhouette of Vila's body. Golden light surrounds her, outlining her shadow with a splash of warm yellow. Projection of a sparkling sea. Then, at the edge of her shadow, a familiar face. Found her. Oh look, it's
Miss
Windsong.
Vila!
You're here, Miss Vila. It's a little bit too cheery, but alright. Oh, little Avghost is here too, and a gentleman that I'm afraid I don't know. Hello to you too. Oh, hello, you must be Miss Windsong. Yes, that's right. I've come to prepare a lecture for the Far East branch. Windsong. Avghost just casually perceives the essence of being nothing much. Yeah, man, this kid's eyes are seeing things, and I don't know, man. This kid. Hahaha. It is good to see you too, Miss Windsong. I'm certain the children will be happy that they can attend one of your lectures before they go to SPDM.
Now, let's go join the children.
Let's go join the children.
Like we used to do.
Like we used to do. I think Eternal Soul for Vila is Ryashki, and for that Usulka Man it is it seems to be more kind of like a sentimental thing, or whatever they hold dear, you know, closest to them. Now whether that actually manifests as something tangible, or at least like, you know, extant, is up in the air. It could just be completely metaphorical, who knows. Yeah, man. I am very glad that we did Vila's story last, because that was heavy. That was really fucking heavy. Like, Windsong's was heavy too, right? This one was quite a bit more. That was just sad, dog. Alright. I did like how we got a bit more characterization for Name Day. He definitely turned out to be a different character than I was, like, expecting for him, right? Because, I mean, I was completely expecting, like, the rogue type, right? The type that... Because he looks like a rogue. Like, the sort that is kind of tricky and sneaky and doesn't really give a shit. But he is actually super conscientious, you know? Where is he? He's in there somewhere, it's fine. Yeah. Windsong, I do think the story was better than Windsong's. Windsong's was fine. It made sense, and it really gave us a lot more on her character and why she is the way that she is. It really expanded on her background a lot more. But I don't know. Villas. Oh, one thing I will say about villas is that. Let's see here. Quick question: what is your fave in reverse 1999? Oh, that's a tough one, man. That's a Yenisei. It has to be Yenisei. I really like her design. Plus, her character's kind of snarky, isn't she? What's diabolical is that the game gave us the option to rebuild the entire factory, giving us a remnant of the town, then just casually resets the town. Yeah. Yep. It has that whole like little mini game attached to it, right? I can't help but feel like this part kind of undoes. Like, I understand what's getting at, right? Like, it doesn't matter what your home is, you know. It is where you take it, what you place value in, the people around you, all that sort of thing. But it does kind of feel like we did a lot of the work that we put in for the main story just by having it all reset. I wouldn't say it feels too bad, but it was surprising. I found it very surprising. Her art is so nice. I actually like her first art. I mean, her final art is very, very nice. I like her first sprite better because in her first sprite, she still has like her coat on, which I think really like I love the contrasting colors on her coat. Looks very nice. What was I saying? Right. So for this, I feel like okay. So I feel like we could have had a really good thing where if Marcus had this kind of backstory, like where we got the build up, because Marcus's whole thing, right, was going back and wanting to see her, well, not family, but the orphanage she grew up in, right? And I feel like this accomplished what Marcus's story was trying to accomplish, in that you kind of like there were stakes here, right? You were invested in the people. So if ever Vila goes, like when Vila goes home and sees that, oh, her home isn't there anymore, I feel like that was kind of the feeling they were going for with Marcus, but they never actually managed to resolve that just because we didn't have too much time with her, right? It was just a little thing I drew there. Yeah, man. I do like Vila's character surprised me too. She's a lot calmer. I mean, like, I expected it, right? She's a teacher, all that. But if I saw my shit getting blown up, I would be like, no, man. I would be upset. I do like how Windsong seems a lot more capable now, or at least a lot more confident. Like, she actually developed as a character, which was good. Overall, I think this story as a whole, like main story and side stories, really meshed together very well. In that, like, with the other stories, like they are tangentially related, right? Gutian's story takes place after 1.6. Junyoung's takes place before. They are all loosely correlated, right? But these are actually, they might as well be sequels at this point, as far as this one is concerned, yeah. So I think I liked how they set up this event very much. I noticed that in every art, Vila's hair is flowing gracefully. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's to go with the whole water theme, right? Like she is just always sort of weightless, even when she's on land, even when she's not in her like mermaid form. You know, just kind of to get the essence that she is like almost weightless. I think it includes on 1.9 story. What does? Oh, Marcus's shit. Yes. I imagine it would because I assume 1.9 is going to follow up on Vienna. I hope we're not getting another situation like with a Piron where they just choose to skip a cliffhanger, right? Like skip a whole patch for cliffhanger. That would be annoying. But I'm assuming we get the conclusion to Vienna's whole deal in 1.9. Yeah. Alright. I'm going to need to run through the event, like the actual fighting portion of the event. But I think I'm going to do that later. Have any of you added me? Let's see. Hello, Marcus. Oh, I better turn my audio back on here. Oh, wait, Marcus is maxed out on trust, isn't she? Let's switch you out. Who are we switching her out for? Can't fucking sort by trust, that's so annoying. Okay. I need to level up Shimane. Hanan's done, I'm pretty sure, so we'll do Shimane. Look, sir. He's level 1, I'm pretty sure. I pulled him trying to get Spathadia, so that was a little annoying. What am I looking for? Friend requests. Let's see. Here we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Well, I don't actually know what friends do in this game. Like, I assume they do something. I never actually checked. Okay.
Kamad is hardly a good sister.
I love his voice. It's so cool.
Neither am I a good brother to her.
Oh, speaking of which, this smart pump.
We're cool.
We're gonna be running through this because I haven't actually read the story yet. However, we're going to be doing, let me see what ends first. I believe the 10 days on the anecdote, 7 days on this. Polar Town has 3 days. I don't know if I'm gonna stream this one, honestly. Please enjoy my P5 Jew. Alright, so that's what it's for. Taking everyone else's strong shit. I'll take that. That's great. Fantastic. Thank you. Okay. I'm probably not gonna stream Utu. I don't think there's any, pertinent lore shit for Utu. Because it's this new system they have. If there is, I'll probably just make a video about it anyways, so hey, there you go. We're gonna be doing more Punk, I think, Monday night. Yeah, Monday night. As well as Calabona's. We're just gonna watch Calabona's shit. Because I haven't read her story. I did read Shimane, so I know Shimane's story. I don't know Calabona's. So this is gonna be happening Monday, Tuesday, probably. And then the anecdote is going to be happening Wednesday. Yeah. We're gonna keep it at a soft schedule there. It might change depending on my work stuff. But we'll keep it there for now. In any case, it is almost 6:30 in the morning. So I'm going to go to bed. Because I have to get up in 4 hours. Fun, right? Thank you everybody for coming in. I will try to have the next video up soon, the part 2 of the storm thing, because that's where I really want to delve into the theory of stuff. I've just been busy. So hopefully that comes up soon. And if you're here, yeah, I'm so tired, I'm sorry. Thank you for coming in. I am going to go to bed now. Goodbye.